Again, apologies. So before I start, I have to, first of all, apologize for my internet. If the footage is choppy, there's nothing more I can do. My internet is unstable and I have to live with it, so hopefully it's manageable for everybody. Secondly, I am not dunking on Big Bird, nor his opponents, any of the people he's playing in this match. If I say that was a bad choice, I'm not saying I would have made a better choice in the heat of the moment. I'm not saying he won't get better at that, because clearly he will, and we all will. So please think about this like, I want to talk about this sort of as an open discussion for long-term how Street Fighter 5 or 6 will work. Like, how will we be thinking about this game in 6 months to a year? Okay, so right away, interesting things. First of all, fireballs are amazing in this game. Even though Ken is not like the biggest fireball user, like his fireballs are still quite good, and Luke and Guile and Ryu have amazing fireballs. So I'll be watching for how good fireballs are in this game and how much they control the neutral. And the first thing we see, everybody is so scared of parry drive rush, so I'm going to call it, yeah, I guess parry drive rush or parry rush. It's the 1 bar cost, where everybody's like, oh, all you can do is skip neutral by running in and destroying people with your +7 fierce attack. But the answer is you actually just run into fireballs and you run into pokes all the time. If you played the beta, you'll know that every time you tried to parry rush, these people are sticking out these half-screen crouching medium kicks, these big gigantic pokes that they can hit confirm into 600 damage in the corner or whatever, right? So like, this is not easy. I think people are thinking, oh, this cost is so low, and it is a pretty low cost, but I think it has to be, because in order to even attempt to overcome this crazy neutral control, you have to be able to do this more often, and you will get stuffed a lot trying it. Drive impact immediately. Okay, well, let's not talk about that one. Whiff punish. And again, whiff punishing in this game is wild. I don't know if you've ever played. Like, they're about half screened, a little bit further than half, I would say. He whiff punishes, and he's got this gigantic hitbox sticking out. Like, it does not come back. It does not retract very fast, and you can whiff punish a lot of stuff very easily in this game. Good corner push. Okay, now here's the scary part of this game, the corner. Street Fighter 6, I think, has the most brutal corner of any fighting game, of any Street Fighter game, for sure. It is so hard to get out of this corner without losing your drive. You will lose so much drive blocking and not being able to control, like, Ken can move back to, like, here, this line on the training mode stage. He can move back here and easily attack you. With fireballs, he can step forward a little bit and hit with, say, roundhouse or, like, fierce or anything like that. He can drive impact at any time, and all these things are, like, brutal for this defender. So he can expect to lose a lot of life and a decent amount of drive before he gets out of this corner. And if he doesn't die immediately, because, of course, drive impact is always a threat. And this is what I like about drive impact. It forces this action. It forces you to really own being cornered, and it forces you to really watch for drive impact or else you die, and that opens up other stuff for the offense. So it makes the corner game more dynamic, I think. So he tries to parry, and I'm going to talk about parry a bit later probably. But parry gets punish countered, so if you get thrown out of parry state, if you tap parry, you have no choice but you will be thrown in the next 30 or so frames. You cannot avoid it. It takes a full meter of your drive off, and it does SPD damage. Look at the damage on this throw. This is 205, I think. I looked it up for Ryu. It's 205. I'm sure it's about the same for all the other characters. And you lose a full drive. So just for trying to parry and, like, not lose all of his drive gauge, like, he's going to parry some attacks and get some drive back. He lost SPD damage and a drive, and now he's in the same spot because you get throw loops. Okay, baits it. He tries to get out. Okay, he'll take that, except for the fact that he used an EX, and now he's about to get burned out, and he took DP damage, but at least he's not in the corner. Is he escaping? No, he's going to get burned out. Now he has to deal with plus, DP, he's dead. Okay. So, if you don't know, if you're burned out, burnout happens when you lose the last bit of your drive gauge. And of course, this is also your block meter. So you cannot block stuff with, watch this get chunked down by block damage here. So that was block, he blocked a stand fierce. Now every move he gets touched by on block only, is +4 extra. So he can do this. This is +1 normally, and now it's +5. So this move is +5. He gets to jab here as a guaranteed block string. He gets to trap him again, and he gets real chip here. See this real chip? This is gone. So he's getting chipped out while he's getting plussed here. The only way out is reversal super, or like if you know a certain gap, maybe you can jump out or something, but you're kind of trapped here. He tries to jump and he's wrong. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Watch this guy's drive, this red Ken player. 2 EX at the front. Oh, by the way, I really like this game giving you EX at the start of every round. I think that's really cool because it allows for stuff like this. You can, every round you're constantly given the max amount of rope and you can choose what you want to do with it, right? You can choose whether you want to waste it on EX, you can choose whether you want to drive rush with it, whether you want to save it for blocking. And the choice, like other Street Fighter games, that choice accelerates as you get into the round. As you build meter, you now have options. This game is kind of like the opposite. You actually start with everything, and as you spend it, you become more in trouble. And I think that is a very interesting dynamic that other Street Fighter games haven't toyed with. And to put it in this context of this sort of footsies fireball-based anti-air game, where you're so scared of footsies and you're so scared of fireballs that you're panic. You kind of feel like you have to spend this bar. They found this really unique angle with this game that I think is one of the reasons why I've come to enjoy it. Okay, blocked. He spent 2 on the EX at the start of the round, got a bit of damage. Okay, now he blocked 2 normals and he lost another half. More block, more block. Okay, he's lost 3 bars. Okay, so it's 5 seconds into the round. He's done no damage. He's pretty close to the corner. If Ken hits him at all, he's in the corner, and he's about to get burned out. So how did this happen? How do you stop? Right? Like, how do you? Do you not use EX? Do you not block? Like, do you back up into the corner so you don't block stuff? Do you go aggressive so you try and do it to him before he does it to you? This sort of like tension is what makes the game, is this game's omega strong suit. Okay, he's fighting back. Okay, that could have been a big whiff punish into the corner, but okay. And so drive impact. This is the first of many drive impacts we'll see. That he could have, because he blocked, he could have done it back, right? So the question is, was he ready? And clearly he was not ready this time. But this is 26 frames startup, and so it's pretty fast, but not so fast that you won't ever react to it, but it's also just fast enough that you won't get it sometimes. And I think obviously players will get much better at reacting to drive impact over time, but I think this is kind of the right frame number so that it will never be always perfect. And so whenever I hear people talk about drive impact on the internet, they're always like, this move is scrubby, it's going to destroy beginners, they're not going to know what to do. I think none of those things are true. In fact, I think this is one of the smartest gameplay choices that they've had in years. Like, this is one of the smartest Street Fighter subsystems I've seen in any Street Fighter game in many years. And we're going to keep talking about it as the matches go on. Okay, he's going to be big cornered, but look at the cost of this guy here. So he spends 3 bars, and now he's 1 back throw away from being dead. Okay, throw loop, baits it, misses his combo here. But again, the important part here is that he gets into the corner, and now he's threatening throw loop. Both of these guys are building some of their drive backs, and there's no stun in this game, right? No traditional stun. So these throws are only ever this much damage, right? You never have to worry about throw leading to stun to 500 damage. You don't have to worry about any of these things. All you have to worry about is sort of the short-term small loss of life from this throw. And yes, you get put back in the same situation, but you can take 5-6 throws here. I mean, I'm not saying you should take the throw, but you can take 5-6 throws. You can make 5-6 wrong decisions and actually still be alive. And I don't think that's true of any other corner in Street Fighter. He's fighting out. Oh, he's so unbelievably dead. Well, okay. Let me count the ways this man was dead, right? So he spent 2 bars on the CX. He is going to lose the rest of this drive to the punish, right? So take a look at this Fierce here. This Fierce takes off another 0.75 of a bar. I think other moves take off more. And then he's going to level 3. Well, he should. And he would lose 1.5 more of these bars. And if he survived, which he wouldn't, but if he did survive, he would be in the corner with half of a drive meter, and he would get burned out on the next block string. and then he would immediately die to the drive impact situation. So this reversal situation is so brutal because it looks like he's okay. He's got, I mean, it doesn't look like he's okay for health. He only has about 40% health, but he's got 5 drive here, and he immediately loses the round. It's just over. It is so difficult to manage this drive, and it is so punishing to get a reversal blocked in this game, that I'm thinking to myself, this is such a guaranteed win for Big Bird, and what does he do? Omega combo drop. And this is the first of many things we're going to talk about in this video. These are the main things I want to talk about in this video, is combo choice. It is, here I don't think this was a particularly hard combo. You just do punish counter, drive rush, strong fierce DP into level 3, right? Not a hard thing to do at all. But he was thinking to himself, I want to style, I want to try and like not burn out myself. Do I have enough meter for drive rush? Do I have enough meter for EX without burning out? If I burn out, can I still level 3, or did I do a wrong route that puts me in a spot where I can't super anymore? All these things are going through his head, and he fumbles it. Okay? And now he is actually, that back throw is like super, you know, important that he doesn't get cornered himself, because he is very close to losing the round based on that drop. Okay. He got away with it, but I think he was actually pretty close to losing there. Okay, next game. So we're going to talk a bit more about parry. Parry is basically a super block. I think of it like, it costs you half a bar to do, and then while you're parrying, before anybody hits you, you cannot do anything else except block. So you can cancel your parry into block in case they don't hit this window. But you cannot throw tech, you cannot jump, you cannot do a move, you cannot drive impact. So if they drive impact you and you're not holding parry, you get hit. So like in the corner, for example, if you're trying to tap parry to escape on this difficult corner pressure, they drive impact you and your tap parry doesn't work, you default to blocking and you get splatted into the corner. So this is a super block. It covers you against high, low, and left, right. It's an all block. It's basically a block button if you want to think about it that way. But the important thing is that it builds a lot of your drive back. So when you're low on drive, you're kind of forced to use the system. And of course, every time you tap parry, you get a chance to perfect parry the attack, which is the first 2 frames of after you press the button is when you can perfect parry. So every time you try it, it's kind of like a free roll. You're kind of option selecting, right? You're going to attempt a parry, and if you're wrong, well, at least you get regular parry or blocking. But so there is a lot of advantage to this move, but early on in the round, when you don't have drive to build back, I don't think it's really all that useful. What feels bad? I think Seijan was talking about how bad it feels to get your drive chipped down while you're blocking, which is definitely does not feel good. Okay. Corner, it goes for the corner switch. I think this is pretty much the optimal combo you can do here. In terms of like, he doesn't want to spend more than 3 drive, and he gets the corner switch, which is the right choice. Now he's got the corner. What's he got? Back throw. Oh, he fought out through it. So interestingly, the better choice here is to drive impact back, right? But you don't have much time here, and like this is almost as good, really. Like ultimately, maybe in 3 years, everybody drive impacts here instead of breaking it with an attack, because you only get this much damage, and you don't get any drive damage on Ryu. But I think you know, this is still a good option this early in the game. How's my internet holding up, by the way? I am getting absolutely creamed by dropped frames here. Holy cow, is my internet even up? What's going on? Oh boy. Alright, well, maybe it's back for a little bit here. We'll see. By the way, this Denjin Fireball is so cheap. This thing is a sonic boom. This thing goes across the screen in like 10 frames, and if you EX the Denjin Fireball, it's even better, and it has no recovery, so you can't jump over it or drive impact it. It's wild. Oh, that was defeatable. Okay, so this was a missed DP, I'm pretty sure. which is fine. You know, people are gonna tidy up their inputs over time. Interestingly, here, I mean, I understand why he blocks it, because it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, though, as soon as people see this sort of thing, they will start holding parry. Parry will build you back a ton of drive, which means that your punish can be a lot better. And you have the same block stun as if you blocked it. So there's no reason not to parry this, right? So ultimately, everybody will be parrying this in a year or so, but not right now. And of course, the punish is stand light kick into DP. So, okay, it kills him and wastes no super, so it's no big deal. But, you know, again, I'm thinking of combo choice, right? If you had a choice to kill a character, would you pick stand light kick? He's probably not sure of the frame data. He's a little panicking, and he's like, well, at least stand light kick's going to work. And I guess I'll EX it just in case, because I can't save this meter, so I'm going to lose it. But he had to make that decision pretty quick, right? This happened in real time. Now, this is... Okay, we're going to start talking about combo choice here. This is where I want to... This is sort of the meat of the whole stream, is what I want to talk about. I'm sort of explaining how the systems work in case you're new to Street Fighter 6 and haven't played the beta. But I want to talk about mostly combo choice here. What's this combo choice? He whiff... He buffers. I mean, that was kind of not really a buffer. He got a little lucky that it wasn't blocked. But he does this, and then he DPs. Pretty good damage, right? Pretty reasonable. Now, if he back rolls, which he does not. So if Ken back rolls here, he wakes up with the same timing as if he woke up with regular rise, but he's way farther away. He's at least to this line and probably further. Ryu cannot touch him. So DP does not give you meaty. Okay, that's important to know. However, it does give you meaty if you spend one drive. So you can DP, you can get the damage, and you can spend one bar of drive meter to rush in and still get a meaty. Okay? So this is important. The other thing you can do here, which we'll see probably in some other Ryu footage, is you can Tatsu. Okay, you can do regular Tatsu here, or medium Tatsu. You will be point blank, so you won't have to spend the drive, and you'll get a meaty, but you'll do less damage than DP. So you can see Street Fighter has this sort of, Street Fighter 6 has this sort of dichotomy between spending drive to keep up Oki, or taking less damage to get Oki without spending drive. And you will constantly see this, people will be forced to make these decisions multiple times per round. And if you make the wrong decision too often, you will lose the round. Like, you will actually just lose. So he takes the damage here. And basically what he's doing by taking the damage is saying, I don't want Oki. I'm okay with no Oki. I'm going to go back and I'm going to charge Denjin up, and I'm going to zone you for a little bit. Of course, he doesn't back roll, so he's fine. He gets Oki anyway. That's bad. Big punish. So side switch into DP. Oh, he takes the other corner. Okay. So interesting. Delayed. He probably counter hits a throw attempt here. And they try some corner combo, not quite close enough to the corner. He didn't do his regular combo here, right? What's his regular combo? Strong Fierce into run DP, which is probably the highest damage you can do without more drive or more super. But he tries some corner loop here, too far away. So you have to imagine, this guy is sitting here terrified, right? He's like, how do I get out of here? He backs up a bit too far maybe, but okay, he comes back in pretty quick. He's thinking, drive impact could come at any time. I have to have my button, my hand hovering over, I use the cheater button, I use the 3-punch button, I map it to drive impact, and I think everybody who plays stick probably has to do this. Because moving your hand to heavy punch, heavy kick, which is the input for drive impact, is too slow most of the time. You kind of want this cheater button ready so you can press it with your pinky. So he's hovering his hand over this pinky, ready, trying to react, which means he can walk up and chip him, he can walk up and throw him, he can footsie him very easily, and this is the threat of the corner. So he's like, how do I get out of here? And how does he get out? He gets quite lucky with the timing of that drive rush. But now look at what happened to Big Bird. He was big chillin'. He spent a lot of drive pushing him to the corner, right? EXs and drive rushes and all sorts of stuff. And Ryu hasn't really done much, so he's got nearly full drive except for blocking. And now he's like, okay, well, now what? This situation is Big Bird can't get too close and get back thrown, because that is death. And this is kind of the worst case scenario. He gets drive rushed under his jump in. Well, I don't know why he jumped in the first place, but okay. He's now here. And now look at this. Throw. Block, 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 or whatever. He got counter hit there, trying to not get blocked. But he's in like omega danger of being immediately killed here. now he's dead. And this is combo choice extremely bad number 1. Okay. Remember, Ryu's mindset is I got out of the corner, I'm incredibly lucky, I need to make sure I don't die, or I capitalize on my chance. He guesses right with DI, and look at this damage. He has to do this much damage, and he has a full drive rush available, and he has all level 3. What does he do instead? No drive rush, so he doesn't drive rush or EX. He has enough meter to do both, actually. He can drive rush and then EX at the end, and he spends all the bars. So it's like, okay, you got the kill, but at what cost? This meter is incredibly precious. You do not build it very fast in this game. In fact, it takes you about a round and a half, maybe a round and 3/4 to build super, to build critical art. So he just threw away a round and a half of work because he did not optimize his comp. What should he have done instead? He should have done, let's see, what are some options he could have done here? He could have done stand fierce, drive rush, low fierce, then link medium, EX Tatsu, and I bet you that either kills him, or if it doesn't kill him, he can do DP, and if that doesn't kill him, he can do level 1 super. So at most he spends 1 super here, but I bet you he dies with drive rush plus EX. So he should not start this combo with this, but even if he does, he should do low strong into EX Tatsu here instead of this. Low EX Tatsu is probably about this much damage, maybe a bit more, and then DP probably kills, or maybe he has to spend level 1. He has about half a second to decide whether he wants to spend level 1 or not here. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Noah, sorry, I haven't been reading chat that much. Let me just ban Ye Olden Botterino here. Sorry, I get into the... That bot was my mom, man. The shot was even more deserved. All right, so the point is he's overspent bar, and you're like, okay, well, what's the big deal? Guarantee the kill, whatever. It's better than leaving him alive, and I agree, it's better than leaving him alive. But let's see. Spoiler alert: this is a Big Bird video, so Big Bird wins. Let's see if not having level 3 in round 3 hurts him. Let's go ahead and skip ahead here. Okay, DP's good. And you can see DP, not a true meaty here. Back roll, right? Ken back rolled. Not true enough as a meaty. If he drive rushes after DP, which he could have done after, you know, the previous combo where he did EX donkey kick, all of these things are true meaties with drive rush. No reaction. That was level 3. That could have been level 3. This could have been level 3, right? You can cancel Fireball into level 3. And actually, when I first started, I'm going to reiterate some of my thoughts that I put in this blog post of mine that I wrote after the first beta. But I'm a big fan of canceling into super in fighting games. So when I learned that level 1, only level 3 could be canceled off special moves, like you have to use EX or just normals for the other 2 levels, I thought that was lame. I was like, man, that means I can't do DP super without having to spend level 3. Or that means, you know, lots of fun combos that you might see in like Third Strike are like not possible in this game. And while that's true, I think the utility, can you imagine if you could cancel low forward Fireball into level 1 in this game? Boy, that would be stupid, right? That would be such nonsense. And the fact that you have to save for level 3 for this good hit confirm, I think is important. And I think, you know, it really does amplify the use of you can get much more damage off of your pokes without spending your drive, which is a very important part of this game, saving your drive. That's not going to work yet. Oh, this is going to work though. Again. Okay, so I'll give him the fact that he dropped this combo. He's trying the fancy Ken juggles, right? So you can do some fancy corner loops with Ken. It's hard. Probably he's not used to it. Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Lots of people will drop this for quite some time. But I still think even trying this loop is not the play, right? You don't want to be trying this loop here. I think you want to be spending drive because you have 6. So you want to get down to, you want to spend it on a drive rush or an EX or something. You want to get a bit more damage than you would have off the meterless loop, because you have meter to spend and he's going to die on your next hit. Ooh, that could have been big. But he's really getting chipped down. Oh, missed a combo, and now he's going to lose. Next hit wins. Oh, no. Gets out of the corner. Gets drive rush, yes. So this is important again. Remember how I said medium Tatsu will always give you will give you Oki for no drive cost? Heavy Tatsu does not, but heavy Tatsu side switches, right? So this is heavy Tatsu. Side switches, he back rolls again. Or, yeah, whatever this back roll animation is. And now he gets drive rush, so for one cost, he gets the side switch and get Oki. And you think, okay, that's one cost, not that much. These one costs add up a lot, right? If you want to get Oki after everything, you're constantly spending your bar. As long as it works, fantastic. If it doesn't work one time, suddenly you're facing a corner situation where you have one bar and you lose immediately. Okay, this is interesting. He could have killed him. Probably didn't confirm properly here. Again, I think in Street Fighter 6, these normals go a long distance. This is crazy, right? I'm gonna try and spend as little time as possible dunking on Street Fighter 5 in this stream. But can you imagine this normal reaching in Street Fighter 5? Look at that jab from here and then stand light kick. Still from this far, he was cornered. He's like a full. This is a long range for this poke, so he was not expecting this to work. But of course, if you knew it was going to work, you can drive rush into level 3 or whatever you want to do very easily to kill, right? He wasn't expecting it to work, so it's fine. Wow, that was a... And he stole this game. Big Bird did. He should have lost. This jump. First of all, he did not heavy DP or EXDP. EXDP kills him, right? So again, meter choice. But he's very lucky. They both were like, you know what? Just send it. They both sent it at the same time, and he was 1 frame late, so he wins. But pretty tight one. So you can combo after this, right? This is tighter than it looks, but you can combo certain normals after this. Stand like a drive rush. But notice that he tried to confirm this combo, and the fact that he didn't get it, he didn't apply any mix-up here either. So he spent 3 bars for nothing, right? This is literal 3-bar waste. So people are like, oh, you know, just cancel drive rush or normals into drive rush. You get auto pressure, right? Your pressure has to count, because boy, does this... He's facing a huge drive deficit immediately for no reason. DP, yes. And punish counter, so he gets the extra drive chip on that, right? So punish counter means he landed, I think. Oh, he has to go through the full recovery of his, or sorry, the full active frames of his jumping attack. So it's quite a late DP here, and you can see he took off half of his drive gauge. Half of drive gauge for punish counter. Again, punish counter, low medium kick, took off drive. It's a good combo choice there, I like that one. People are scared of throw loops in the corner. Look at how many ways you have out of throw loops. Backdash. Backdash whiffs the throw. He gets to switch sides with him now. Like, yes, throws are potent in the corner, but like, with no stun, big tech window, backdash working, reversal working. I don't know, dude. Defend once in your life, you know? Maybe you'll be alright. Sorry, was that mean? I didn't mean that to sound mean. Actually, yes, I did. I did mean it for that to sound mean. And big dead. Or not dead. He was looking at the wrong leader. There's the corner loop that he was trying. Actually, you can do more than this, but he just took the damage to make sure he got it. Next hit wins. Oh, there it is. EXDP, yes. So you have to make a snap decision here, right? This is the cool part of combos in this game. Snap decision. This is a hard whiff punish. Well, maybe not that hard in Street Fighter 6, but it's like reasonably hard because you're constantly worrying about other things too. He gets it. He has to make sure he hits the link. As we learned earlier, this was a droppable link, right? Punish counter here probably helps on the frame data. He does a specific drive rush combo, which he's practiced. And then after Tatsu, he has to decide, is EXDP enough? Is regular DP enough? Is super enough? I don't know what I should do here. He decides EXDP is the right choice, and it kills him on the last hit. Imagine if he's wrong, though, right? If he's wrong, look at all the drive he spent, and, I mean, he has to kill him on the next interaction or he probably loses. So you are, and he is rewarded for not spending super. He has an extra super into the next round now. And I wanted to say, like, of course, all the stuff is obvious, right? Like, it's obvious, do the right combo when you win, don't do the wrong combo when you lose. I'm not trying to say like that. I'm trying to say it is hard. It is hard to think of the right just combo on the fly all the time. There are so many variables and so many situations where corner or like drive or like how much health the opponent has, whether I can burn him out or not, all sorts of things. And you have to make the snap decision immediately, and then you're wrong. So it's more than just doing the right combo. It is doing the right combo, and it's hard. Like, much harder than past Street Fighter games. That's good confirm there. Get some Oki. Ooh. Almost got that same one as last time. Oh, the DP's whiffed. Now what do you do? Okay, think to yourself. Big whiff punish or big block DP. You've got, you know, you're not looking to kill him. You're not probably going to spend super here. But you probably do want to spend some EX. How much do you want to spend? Do you want to do 1 EX, spend 2 bars? Do you want to spend Dry Rush, do 3 bars? What does he do? First of all, he doesn't start with a Fierce. He starts with Low Strong. He's already killed a lot of his damage here. So he panicked and did sort of not a great combo here. The rest of it, he's going to switch sides, do DP, right? Okay, that's pretty good. But he probably gave up 60 damage there. Uh-oh. Oh, now what do you do? Okay. Pop quiz, hotshot, what do you do? You've got 5.5 drive, level 3, and he's got a decent amount here. You can probably kill him. Actually, almost certainly you can kill him. But you better make sure you have an exact combo plan for this much drive. You basically want to do your max damage everything. What's he going to do? Let's find out. Well, you know... So he's trying to style probably a little bit here. Maybe he tried to practice this combo. It's obviously the wrong combo. It's a really flashy looking combo, but he left 3 drive on the table. And I mean, if you spend these 3 drive on other things, he's down to here before even the super. So, okay. He thought the super would work and it would kill him no matter what. Turns out he misspaced it and it doesn't work. Pop quiz hotshot, what do you do? Like, again, 3 back-to-back situations. Now I think he can kill him. Oh, no, he's got no super. He can't kill him. But he should corner push him at the very least and then make him guess for his life. Maybe you can chip him out and make him burn out. No, it's the wrong choice. You have to push him to the corner here, right? Damage is not your friend. You lose on the next interaction, and you need at least probably 2 interactions to win. You have to push him to the corner, so I would do the run Tatsu here. Back roll, no Oki, well, no meaningful Oki. He's out. And he has enough drive to survive. He's big chillin'. That's plus. Yeah, you did. So wrong choice there, right? Wrong choice cost him the round. He made the last choice. The last wrong choice. Man, look at these guys get their drive chunked. What happened to Ken? He had 6. Spends 3. Builds some of it back. Chunk. 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 He's down, like, he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything and he's down to 2 drive. If he gets 1 touched, he is going to get burned out on the next block string. So now he's going to slow it down, try and build some of this drive back. No. Ooh, that could have been the round. This is the round, right? Yes, corner. Now, I think I take Tatsu here, right? What's the damage on this from here? I'm going to put my mouse here. What's the damage on that? Tatsu is maybe only slightly less than this, and you get the corner. It's the wrong choice, I think. You might still get the corner anyway. Ooh. Wrong choice, right? EX Tatsu wins here. EX Tatsu. EX Tatsu, then drive rush into your meaty special combo here. He doesn't spend any drive. Is he going to kill him? I don't know. Maybe. He can easily get out and lose. Ooh, crosscut DP. So, he won the round, and people will say, oh, cool, he won the round. But imagine this is in a tournament, and he gets out, and then he pushes him to the corner and wins. Like, those drop combos will cost you. Or, like, not drop combos, but incorrect combo choices will cost you games. This is cancelable into drive impact, but boy is it hard, right? This it's tough, dude. You're not gonna get it all the time. Even if you're good, I think this will still slip past people. This was a crouch medium punch, which means you actually do have a pretty decent cancel window here. This was a crouching medium kick, which is also special cancelable, and therefore, you know, you can drive impact stuff. Because crouching medium kicks have lower of a cancel window, it's actually quite a bit harder to do that with crouching medium kicks, which is something I like, by the way, because I really don't like Street Fighter V's gameplay of late cancels on crouching medium kicks. I think it's really lame. It's bad for it's very what's it called? It's very online play will. It's very susceptible to bad online. It's very hard for players to do. It's like such a choke point in the strategy where if you can't do it, you can't play, and if you can do it, you win. And I think it's really hard to balance around, you know, this one frame knife's edge type of gameplay. I think it's not a good idea. I'd much rather they do what they're doing here, force you to use interesting system mechanics off your low forward rather than test your reactions. And if you want to test reactions, press a button that isn't a long range low. Okay, I like that choice. Get him to the corner. Well, you know, what was this? What is he trying to do here? I don't even know. I'm not even gonna talk about it. But it cost him the corner, and he gets out, but he might not have. Oh no, another drop. There we go, and that was off a crouch medium kick. So this is even harder than it looks. But you can tell he was ready, and actually, I think when players get really good later, it's going to take a while, but when players get really good after like a year or two, when they see drive impact, they aren't just going to drive impact. They're instead going to press fierce and then drive impact. You know what I mean? They're going to intentionally hit the opponent, and then they're going to do damage. You can see this does damage to them, and then they're going to drive impact out. So that's like even harder, but to like swing with a giant fierce and know you're still in time. But that's what people are really going to do later, is they're going to intentionally swing into the drive impact before hitting it. What a bad combo, though, man. You can tell he panicked here, right? He doesn't know what to do. You can see him stutter. He's like, sick, I got the read, I'm the best. Then what happens? He's like, now what? He doesn't have anything ready. He thinks, can I burn him out? The answer is yes, you can, because supers take off opponent's drive. So you should be definitely burning people out here. What does he do? He does some like weird combo that like, okay, this is like halfway to a decent combo. He's like, okay, I can do DP here. I should do super. Super does not work after this combo, I think. I'm pretty sure it has to be exactly medium DP and it can't be anything else, or EXDP. I think super is too slow to work off that juggle. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right. So he went halfway between two combos. He's like, I can burn him out. Oh shoot, I don't have the super. Oh wait, I did a different route. That doesn't let me do super at the end. I lose. Right? And he wakes up stand jab into nothing. So he could have, both these guys could have died. Right? He could have killed him with burning him out into the corner. He could have killed him with reversal into level 3, basically, and neither of them did anything. And why is that? Because drive impact forced the mind game to be so intense on the ground that even when you get that giant crumple, you are stun locked. Your brain is like frozen. You cannot do the right thing. Your hands do not work. These are not bad players, right? These are good players. So interesting. So despite the drop and despite his counter drop, he's still big in trouble here, right? He loses very quickly here. As soon as he gets chipped, so there's a bit more chip on that. And this is the right thing to do. He spends one bar to like force him to get burned out. And now he is one drive impact away from immediately losing. I mean, he's like, yeah, oh my goodness, that was so good. So I've been dunking on him a while here, but this is really sick. You only take chip in burnout, and I mean, he can just run up and do strong into level 2, right? He immediately kills him because he can't, like a block string into a super kills him. But he does run DP. This is like Sagat Kara DP from like, you know, Street Fighter 4. So far away. He was way over here, like 5 frames ago. And this DP reaches from back there and chips him. That's really cool. So the awareness hasn't been there for other things, but the awareness was there for that one, and he wins the round because of it. Uh-oh. Okay, these air juggles are funny if you hit someone out of the air with a counter, punish counter drive impact, they float like this. You actually have quite a bit of time to do something. Like Ryu can go up here and do EX donkey kick into stuff. He can do a bunch of other things. But like, you know, I accept that this is a tough situation to get used to at first. Man, Ryu's space control is so good, isn't it? Maybe except Guile, not against Guile, but Fireball. People are like, just parry Fireball. Okay, he tried. Probably he got punish countered, so whatever. But while he's doing that, even if he parries, he builds Denjin. Now what? 2-hit Denjin, whatever. He parries it. Congrats, I guess. Another Fireball gets hit. Denjin, or he could have Denjin there if he wanted to. Like, while you're doing all this parry stuff, Ryu's sitting on the corner building Denjin. He's just big chilling. Oh, kill him. Oh, a big drop. He's dead. Oh no, another big drop. Please stop. So some of these drops are because it's a new game, right? Obviously, it's a new game. These guys have been playing for 2 days, maybe not even that long. They're not used to the stuff. They're not used to the, like, you know, Big Bird's a Ken player in Street Fighter V, so he's like probably mixing up muscle memory for that game. You know, totally get it. And good thing you guys aren't watching my matches because they look just like this or worse. So I'm not here to say that this is me being great. But like, boy, how hard is this, right? He's like, he was just looking for drive impact. He's trying to survive in the corner. He gets a hit and he's not quite ready. And then he drops his combo, and what does he do? Whatever this is, he burns himself out trying to punish, and now he's gonna lose, maybe. Back throw, that's a good tech. And that was, oh no. I don't know how many times I can rewind this. That was a great tech, because if he gets back thrown, he loses. And that was probably Fireball. And then another drop. So all this now, they're both burned out, they're both fighting for their lives. Oh, okay, he's dead. Wow, that was a... He did the most droppable version of this combo. But, you know, he got it. Alright. So that's the first video. How long have I been streaming? I don't want to do this. Well, that was an hour. Okay, I'll try and speed it up in my next ones. That was the first one, and maybe even the least interesting of the 6, so buckle up. I hope I'm sort of getting across a bit about why I think this game is cool. Tons and tons of decisions every second. Like, really. Your drive meter, your corner positioning, your super meter, your combo choice, whether or not you can react to drive impact, whether or not you can burn your opponent out, how are you going to handle all this stuff? They throw it all on your plate and say, do it or die. And if you don't do it, you die. And I think that's really cool. Like, compare that to other Street Fighter games where they just want you to whiff punish with low forward and you're kind of at 3/4 screen, there's no threat. Like, it's not as interesting. So we're gonna walk into some other, we're gonna do some other characters now. Jamie. By the way, Jamie is cool. I like Jamie. I think he's one of the cooler new characters they made. I've heard people say he's weak in the beta. I don't buy this at all. He is so good. He might lose to Guile, but I think other than that, like, this dude is terrible. At level 4 Drink, he is the best character. Like, he is so good. And Command Grab is so silly in this game. It's ridiculous. So Jamie's win condition is to get to level 4 Drink, right? That's his goal. He wants to get to level 4 Drink. Especially in the early stages of Street Fighter 6 when this comes out, if you're a Jamie player, I would back up and just drink once. Just say, are you going to stop me? Look, I've already got the full screen. Can you stop me from drinking once? Would Chun have stopped him? Yeah, it looks like she was like, you know what, you're not freaking... Look at the starfish, by the way. What is this? She's like, you're not drinking. Big punish counter, and he takes the drink. So if you don't know about Jamie, he has a Rekka. One of them is damage, and he punches you 3 times, and the one where he kicks you 3 times is the drink super. So he's gonna... At the end, he drinks here, and now he's back in neutral, and he's got 1 drink. You should be watching this number up here. He gets another drink before Chun is ready, so that's 2. He's 2 out of the way to 4. And he's already a better character. By the way, every time he drinks, he gets a 5% damage buff. So he starts the game actually with a 90% damage penalty. So he doesn't do 100% of his damage. He starts the game at 90%. And then he'll build to 95, then to 100 at level 2, then to 105, then to 110. Ooh. What happened here? Sorry, I was looking at chat. Okay, that's not okay punish. I probably would have done EX there, but takes the drink. Oh no! Oh, he didn't get it off. So if you didn't know, also, so this is bad. That's bad for Chun, I mean. And now this is probably a bit ambitious, but you don't get the drink until the very end, like the very last frame of the drink animation. So you can't like take the hit and still get drunk. Like you are in trouble. Okay, but now he gets it. And interestingly, punish counter here. So this is a drop on her part. She, you know, spacing, not quite sure what to do there. Punish counter, right? Punish counter jab into low forward. This is a link only on punish counter. And there will be lots of situations in this game where you get unique links on punish counter. Especially for -4, -5 moves. Like, for example, Jamie's Rekka or other things. And you're like, man, I don't have a long range move to punish with because I have to hit a 4-framer. But you can hit a 4-framer, punish counter, and then use your long-range move. So it allows for big punishes in this game. And I think that's really cool. Like, compare that to Street Fighter V, where you get nothing off of... Like, the guy can be 2 pixels away from you, and your like jab doesn't reach him, right? Here, your jab reaches him, and you can combo into a low forward. And he takes the 4th drink here. Now he's in trouble. Look at this walk speed. Do you think you can contain this character? Watch Jamie walk here. Oh, it's terrifying. He walked... Like, in half a second, he walked all the way across the screen. Command grab is a threat always now. He gets command grab at level 3, but it's a special threat at level 4. Okay, I want to talk about this for a second. This parry thing. Right. So watch how quickly she builds her bar back, by the way. Okay, so she's at 5 drive right now. She builds it back, like, after 2 hits, it's already all the way back. So if she was down to, like, 2 drive, she builds it all the way back to level 6 with all these hits, right? So drive is a very fast, parry is a very fast way to get your drive back. In addition, once you started parrying, you are locked into parry until you leave block stun. Basically, think of this like a super block. So you are quote unquote trapped in block stun, just like you would be if you were normally blocking. So this 1, 2, 3 that Jamie's doing is a block string normally, so it's a block string on parry. He's forced to parry all the way through. Okay. But as soon as you strike a parry and it becomes this special reflect animation, you are in block stun. Okay, so that means you are no longer subject to, you can't be thrown, just like you can't be thrown out of block stun, and you can let go of parry and immediately act just like you would if you were blocking. Okay, so this is not a guaranteed throw here. He draws drive rush and she's still parrying, and this punish counter throw looks like, oh, what a punish on the parry. This is not a punish. She can definitely tech here, because she just left blocking, right? The reason she got punish countered is because she was still holding parry, attempting to parry future strikes, so she did not give up her parry, right? So this mix-up is not guaranteed, and I just wanted to make sure that people know that this punish counter is not... This is not a punish on throw, a punish on parry. You can't be like, oh, parry, here we go, I'm going to rush in and kill you. Like, this is certainly not guaranteed. And now, well, speaking of guaranteed, Jamie, level 4, 110% damage. I mean, he has to here on damage, right? Like, he's going to kill this character into your life bar. What does he do? This. Look at the damage on this, right? So this is like a special crush counter-ish looking thing. She gets extra damage here. Fierce into 1 hit of this. This is a 2-hit move in level 4. He's already dead, and this could have been super afterwards. Interestingly, a lot of moves in this game do this. If you counter hit someone in the air with like a fierce, like Guile's big fierce chop and Reeves' big fierce punch, they always slam you to the ground like this. I think it looks really cool. It's kind of a cool aesthetic thing. I like that. Helps you get Oki actually, right? He gets Oki after this fierce. Big fierce. He's now in range for Oki here. Normally that would not be Oki's situation. Again, drive rush. This is a key of this game, right? He does the punch one right here. He does not take a drink, which I probably don't agree with, but like I think because his win condition is so strong when you get drinks, that you should probably never really do regular Rekka here, because like the damage is not like the damage was here to here, and maybe he only goes to here if he does the kick Rekka, but like, you know, this is worth a drink. This much life. But okay, he kicks him away. But look at the drive rush. This goes so far. I think this is either a meaty or like very close to a meaty. There is a way for this to be meaty. So he gets to spend 1 drive to continue offense. This is Street Fighter 6 in a nutshell. Spend drive to get offense. Okay, spend one drive to turn almost any Oki situation or any neutral situation into an Oki situation. So you pushed him, he's like plus 20 from full screen away, no problem, drive rush. Okay, instead of giving you Oki for free, they give you the choice. Do you want the Oki or not? Do you think you can afford the drive or not? Man, I like these light confirms too. I miss Street Fighter where you can do light. You can do two lights here, like two light punches and just stand light kick into stuff. Because of how long range the lights are in this game, you can do this even on like long range hits, and like it feels so good. It's such a good feeling system compared to what Street Fighter V's combo system was like. So I don't think people know this yet. Well, certainly they don't. But when Jamie drinks in the corner, this is -1. Jamie's actually -1 here. So like the cost of him drinking means that he's giving up Oki, kind of, you know. So she reversals, but she's actually plus here, and she probably just doesn't know. But now she's about to find out. Okay, not the greatest. It's an interesting combo, right? Let's take another look at this. Again, pop quiz hotshot. What do? He does stand medium punch into crouch fears. So you know he needs to use the punish counter to get this link. I think probably stand roundhouse is the play, but okay. Drive rush, does it again. And then Rekka without a drink. And I think if you're going to do Rekka, if you're not going to take a drink here, then you DP, probably. Or maybe you do the palm move, which is probably a bit more damage than Rekka. So he probably dropped, I don't know how much damage here. This much maybe? 50 or so, and spent 3 drive. Okay, let's see how it goes. No. He's dead, right? He should have killed him? Yeah, he should have died here. So what does he do? Does meaty overhead, it counter hits him, but like, okay, this is a comboable overhead even if it hits low. And again, he's going to build, it says 2 here, but he's going to build 3 immediately. And this much life, can you kill someone off this much life with 3? I'm pretty sure you can. He does jab, 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 Rekka, no drink. So he leaves Chun alive with 3 bars. Okay, and we're going to talk about the super a bit later. This is an incredibly cheap super. This drink super is incredibly cheap. In case you don't know, you can convert this long range. This is forward roundhouse. You can convert this long range, and I'm going to show you how long range it is in a future video. This is a long range move that immediately gives you a level 4 drink on a timer, and then once the timer runs out, you go back to level 0. Okay, but obviously he's going to kill her or die before the timer runs out. So for 2 bars, you can turn this plus on block move into Oki plus level 4 drink. Okay, command grab is a serious threat here, and counter hit. So I guess he tried to swing, but you can't swing on this, right? And he has a combo. There's any number of combos that can kill there, right? But that super is really cheap. It's probably the best level 2 in the game that we know of so far. And we're gonna, if you're ever struggling to drink with Jamie because a character's smothering you or something, build level 2, and then in round 2, just go ahead and go nuts. Drink collection. Oh, this is Punk, by the way. People think this Luke character... I don't think people think Luke is bad anymore after Beta 2. Everybody was playing Luke in Beta 2. This character is strong. Okay, this character is good. Don't believe the haters because Street Fighter V Luke's a dumb character. This is a pretty well-designed, cool-looking character. Pretend he doesn't exist in Street Fighter V and just think of him in this context, and I think you'll learn to like him. Ooh, what a whiff punish. That's Punk. But now look at this, right? This is interesting. Okay, so he starts, he gets level 1 drink. Both characters have 6 drive. Punk's immediately like, you know what? Screw that. Low forward blocked into mix-up. Not a particularly strong mix-up. He just wants plus frames. I guess he's going to look for throw, something like that. Nothing happened. So he wasted 3 bars, and I'd say he pretty much got nothing out of it. But then good whiff punish air. But now look at this situation. He spent 2 bars twice, so all of his meter, and only got a little bit back from the blocking, from the block string he did. So he is like remarkably close to kind of instantly losing this round because those 2 things didn't go his way. Well, the second one did, but the first one did not. This cool combo here. Luke has a lot of different ways to do these perfect knuckles. You can see this big flash. What you do is you hold the move and you release the button as soon as this flash happens. I think it's about a 2 or 3 frame window. It's not one frame, but it's also not super long. But this is a pretty doable combo. I think people will be doing these combos 100% of the time, 1 month after release. It's not that hard. And you can hear him say perfect, right? He gets the wall splat. You can also do a perfect version, the light knuckle, which goes straight up. And you can loop these. You can do one then the other. So you can go up and then wall splat him, or you can go wall splat him and go up. And he chooses to not go up, which is a tight link. It's actually quite hard. But instead he takes the corner. So he does this. This is the heavy version knuckle. He splats into the corner. Now he's in there. Big corner. Ooh, this is bad. Look at him. Look at this face. He's not very happy about what's about to happen to him. But pop quiz. What do? You don't. So all the other situations where they're like, you have super, he's got 300 life, and you've got 5 drive. What do you do? Here's one. He's got 75% life. You have no drive and no super. What's your combo? Do you have a combo ready? What does he do? He burns himself out. Okay, that's fine. It's a cool corner combo, by the way. This background house is really good for Luke as this punish counter. This is a lot of damage to that. This is like 3 fierces in a row. That's the 3rd fierce. Perfect up knuckle into that. Cool. You did 40% life. Pretty good combo. Built a lot of super. Now you're burned out. What are you gonna do? What's your pressure situation? Back up. Tries to throw. He's gonna try and stay strong here. That if you got drive impact in there, he loses. You can react to this. Oh, look at that big giant freaking knuckle. You can react to this with drive impact. He didn't. He's still controlling the corner here, but he's... Oh my goodness. Okay. Ooh, I paused it at the wrong time. This does chip, right? This does not do that much chip, but Jamie is especially good in burnout against a burned out opponent. He can do Rekka, and if he gets to level 4, it's like a true block string almost. I think you can super out in some spots, but like he can chip you with Rekka over and over and over again. So you can tell that I'm sure Punk has had that happen to him, and he's like, I got to make sure I don't ever block this thing. So he supers because he wasn't quite aware that his drive meter came back. But this is a great reaction from Punk, by the way. This is really hard to do. This was drive impact, but I think it was probably he was trying to super the Rekka, just like he was doing the Rekka before. I don't think he realized this was drive impact. But supering while you're blocking low, and any number of like stagger hits could come first, this is really tough. And it was necessary because he was in burnout, although he did just leave burnout at the very end. Right? But he was like, I'm not getting splatted here, I'm not dying. Oh, big jump. Takes the drink. Again, not the greatest combo, because you can do, he did jab into something. He's like, okay, I did jab just to make sure it comboed, but if he does fierce or does medium kick, then, medium punch, he gets more damage. But that's a small thing. By the way, this Rekka I think is -6, but boy is this spaced. There is no way you can punish this. Maybe some supers can. Maybe Luke's super can punish that actually, because Luke's super is really fast, really far, very quickly, but certainly not that move. And now big whiff punish into drinks. Got out. Another drink. I would take level 4 right now. No? Okay, well, he gets level 4 anyway. Now, what you got? That was Punk's one chance, right? This is his one chance to get out. Those 2 jabs. Look how far this jab hits. Look how, like, he wasn't even point blank when he hit him with the first jab, and he can still get him, and Luke can combo here very easily with EX whatever into whatever. EX, up knuckle. So Luke gets a combo into corner push here, and can save himself. Instead, big swing, miss. EX Rekka, not a good choice here. EX Rekka, I'm actually not entirely sure what it's used for. I think it's faster than, it goes as far as the fierce Rekka in the speed of the jab Rekka. It's kind of like Fei Long's Street Fighter 4 Rekka, if you've ever played that game. He didn't need to use it here. So this is a waste of 2 bars. And that's a very big waste of 2 bars considering he's down to this much drive. Oh, command grab, he's dead. Man, command grab. This meaty pressure, jab, tick throw. This is, no big tech window is going to save you from this. And he gets whatever damage he wants there into more Oki. Like, it's brutal. Doesn't even have to spend EX, by the way. Right? EX command grab is even more damage, but the same speed and the same range, so He doesn't have to spend EX to keep that going. Uh-oh. Man, he's lucky he only took that. Okay, so this was his plan all along. Right? I was like, why did he not drink? Well, first of all, if you're not going to drink, you should DP here instead of Rekka. But okay. Rekka, his plan was to immediately drive impact. Remember, this is meaty. You can't get out unless you parry. Level 4. Now he's got... Take a look at how slow this timer goes down. He's got a long time to kill him at level 4 here. Look at this thing. It's barely moving. Like, he's got, I don't know, 20 seconds? Feels like 20 seconds. So what happened? Sorry. Let's take another look at this. Frame trap. He tried to hold up, probably. Command grab scared. On hit reset into EX grab. Okay, EX, you know, he spent a lot of EX here, but... What's the damage? Look at the damage, by the way. Bam, bam. That's no EX spent after the grab. And no super. Punk holds up. He's scared to grab. Gets grabbed anyway. And grab. I mean, he did. So this is a super is really silly. Silly in a good way, I think. Like it's strong. On round 3, you just get it, right? You're gonna have level 2 probably. Look at the sequence again. Anti-air, throw. He's scared of drive impact. He's trying to watch for drive impact on top of all this stuff, and he just walks up and gets grabbed. All right, next round. Oh, that could have been big. Again, Jamie's not a particularly great character at level 0. So, like, he's looking to get level 1 drink pretty soon here. The longer he has to fight at level 0, the longer he's fighting with no damage. Okay, there he gets one. Probably another one? Yes, good. I like him testing this. This is, especially in the beta. People aren't going to know this yet, right? So sneak another one in there. Go for it. Oh, didn't react. DP, yeah. Takes the drink. No, he does have command grab at level 3, so he's kind of... Level 4 is great, but like level 3 is good enough for a lot of Oki. Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, he tried it, right? So here's what happened here. So once you drive cancel your normal, you still have enough time to drive impact back here. So like he thought about it and he's like, oh, I should do it. But he pressed stand fierce, which is a 3-hit move. 1, 2, and then he canceled too late. Like he broke the armor naturally and then tried to drive impact something that wasn't happening. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a scramble interaction that people will get used to over time. Nice DP. Good Oki here. Remember, command grabs on the table. Oh, he tried it there. He got back thrown here. I don't think he did this tight enough. He certainly didn't do it tight there. I think he gets away with it if it's tight. But he tried command grab there. And now he can lose. Remember, he's dead. Oh, that's bad on the jury. Jury definitely kills him here, right? Take a look at this. How do you take off this last bit of drive? What would you do? DP is great. He stood there. He knew he wanted out. He doesn't have that much more drive yet. That puts him in block stun, brings him back down to here. And she tries to walk in. What she should do there is stand back and either whiff punish or just block him. Make him block low strong or low forward, something like that. But instead, it turns into him getting out. Oh. I'm going to show you that again in a second, actually. Oh, big chance. Big chance for both of them. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Not... I mean, you could see how scared he was, right? He is terrified. He just wants out at all costs. Like, just get me out. But I want you guys to see this normal. So after this knockdown, she back rolls. Look how far away Jamie is. You think he's safe from immediate? Take a look at how far this goes. Look at that. He gets the drive rush plus the forward momentum from the forward roundhouse. This thing slides 3/4 of screen in 15 frames. So you think, oh, I'm only plus 15, but I'm full screen. No problem. This is crazy. So I want you guys to think about that next time you watch a game and nobody applies meaties, because you think, oh, he just knocks him down, he gets full screen. For a lot of characters, they get meaties full screen no matter what, because of the drive rush. Jury especially is very good at this. Her drive rush is very fast. She gets guaranteed meaties even from here. So like she like does forward throw, kicks the guy across the screen. He wakes up here. She gets drive rush in 10 frames, and she's on top of you. We already saw what happened at the end here. Next round. Two drinks. Oh, did he get it? No, he didn't. Right. He did get hit at the end, so it didn't count. Level 1. Still level 1. Oh, get him. Big punish. I like it. Super there, probably. I would level 3 here. Right. You're down around. You want to build back this level 3, and you get to take 2 of his drive off, or 1.5, because it's only level 3, not critical art. So you get to take 1.5 of his drives off, and put him in the corner, and deal an extra 300 damage, or 250, whatever. Yeah, I'd level 3. Does he have a plan for that bar, or is he just going to sit on it? Right, let's find out. Well, there's a good plan. Now what? Now, I don't know, man. You're sitting on this meter. If you had spent it earlier, you'd be back up to at least half of a stock now by now, you know? That's a lot of damage to give up. Oh, drop. Level 3 there for sure. I don't know. Okay, he gets away with it, and so all he had to do was win 4 or 5 extra scrambles to save his level 3. And if he had spent it earlier, he'd be back to 1.5 bars by now. Oh, not in time. Not in time. So remember, when I talk about combos, and I'm like, combos are hard in this game. It's hard to keep track of everything that's happening. And you're like, well, it's not that hard. Think about how you must be feeling after this. Right? Blocks the drive impact. He's like, whew, I'm glad I got away with this. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Also, I realized that my video is probably low resolution. So, sorry, let's just go back. I lost my train of thought for a second. As Jamie, you're like, oh, I got away with this. Like, whew, thank goodness I didn't die. And then immediately, oh crap, I could have killed him. Oh shoot, I'm bad, or whatever. Like both these players are thinking, I'm bad and I'm lucky, and like they're stressed. And then imagine like the next hit you get, that anti-air is good. But imagine the next hit you get being a combo where you have to optimize, and you're just not in the right mindset for it. You just cannot convince your hands to do the thing that you know you should do because you have to juggle between 10 options, and you won't pick the right one. Oh, he gets 2 drinks there. He's gonna level 2. He's gonna level 2 here, right? I don't know. I would have. Maybe you still will. I was gonna say after this EX thing here. This move's cheap, by the way. This thing is full screen. This is only -1, I think, if you hit at the tip. And if you hit with it, you get 2 drinks guaranteed. So she kind of spins there. So he would have gotten 2 drinks to level 3 and then threatened with command grab and all sorts of stuff. But instead he dashes forward and wants Oki. And I was expecting him to spend level 2 to get the drinks so that he can close out round 3. But he doesn't. He's going to try and do something else. Overhead's blocked. That's a good block. This overhead, I think these overheads are about 20 frames, by the way. These are maybe not Jamie's. I know that Ryu's is 20 frames. I wouldn't be surprised if all of them are about the same speed. These are quick overheads. And low leads to a combo too, so you can't just like, there's a big threat all the time. So now he's taking drinks. I don't know. You can see the decision making is catching up to him. Level 2. Oh, that's a lot of drive to spend for nothing. Okay. He's burned out. He's burned out. He should have killed him with level 3. But imagine this being countered, right? Imagine like a couple months into the game, like he forfeits the whole round here by burning himself out on drive impact and then getting counter drive impact into CA, into corner, into dead. Like, ugh, right? He gets away with it though. And then all he has to do is level 3 or crouching fierce level 3 or anything. And he does some juggle that doesn't work. And then, okay, throws him. I don't know if he's trying to do some fancy combo here because he doesn't care. That, you know, it's just a random match, not a tournament match. But like, I can see this happening in tournament, right? The guy forgets he has level 3. The guy doesn't look. He doesn't realize he burned himself out. He doesn't realize the life situation, and he just does some combo that doesn't work. This is the last of the JV matches, I think. DP? Oh, he tried. You got crouching medium punch there. Oh no. Okay, drink. DP? Oh, not too far. This combo, I'm pretty sure this isn't the best combo you can do, but it looks cool. Okay, reversal's up. And you think to yourself, what if I just spend meter as soon as I see the green? Can I always reaction reversal here and I'm safe? Because if he does low, I'm fine. If he throws me, I'm fine. The answer is no, because what you can do is do drive rush and whiff low short before you get there, and then you're able to block again. So this is not a guaranteed reversal. Big punish. Oh no. Another punish drop. Or another combo drop, I mean. What should you do here? I would do, let's figure it out. 4 drive, lots of life, and not much super. So I'd probably spend 3 bars here. Maybe I'd spend only 2. But I would do fierce into run, into fierce, into something, and then think about if I wanted to spend another drive or not. But I would start with fierce here. People are going to learn to press fierce instead of low strong. But he gave up 400 damage there. But he can chip him, yes. So despite all this, despite the big drop, right, let's take another look. He's down to, this punish counter takes him down to 1.5. And how does he lose this? Look, half of a bar on blocking stand medium kick. Another bit. Another. And suddenly he's burned out. This did not take very long. And there's not a lot of places he can fight back there. Like, there's maybe some where he could have fought back after second medium kick, second Rekka, basically. Like, maybe he could have punched some of those, but, like, there will be tight situations where you just lose here. Like, you just cannot escape, and it's your fault for having mismanaged your drive earlier in the round. And now he has to, I mean, I don't know, he has to go all out here, yeah. And this is a good read by the Ken player, Jake here, Jake Ryan. He knows that he has to do something, because what are you going to do, back up? You have to kill him. So reversal's good, and I'm sure he loses to chip or something here. There's nothing more he can do. DP? Ooh. Chip. Jump. Yeah, sure, why not, right? EXDP kills him immediately here. Like, you can see the chip on the fireball here. Taking a look at this chip. Bonk. Like, you know, he's not surviving the next one. So EX fireball into trap DP is a guaranteed kill, I think. Maybe level 1 doesn't save him because it doesn't go through projectiles anymore. So yeah, I think it's checkmate. Ooh, big flash, could have been more. Nice drink. I like this. Don't let Jamie stand full screen. He's big chilling back here. He's gonna just power up. He's gonna do it again. And if you're wrong, you take fireball damage. It's not the end of the world. DP, yes. Meaty, yeah. That must have been DP. Oh, big drop though. See, this is why you can't reversal. He didn't even have to lift short here, but he could have blocked DP. Drink. Drink. No drink. Oh, he could have killed him. But, you know, he's big chilling. So that corner sequence was, I wouldn't say particularly optimal or anything, but, like, you know, he grinded him down really quickly. So, like, the corner is scary in this game. No doubt. Well, +1. Okay, he reversals out this time. Take a drink? I would take a drink. Okay, well, that works too. And he gets a combo here. Again, you think this is meat? This isn't meaty? Counter hit. Big fat counter hit. This is no, you're stuck. You either perfect parry or you have to block. He gets the big corner here. Now what, command throw? Yeah, he tried to do something to get out of command throw. There is a command throw. This is the same reset he tried against Punk, remember that? 1, 2, 3, low strong command throw. You can see this is the startup of command throw, but he's mashing. He doesn't want any part of it. But now look who burned himself out trying that, right? Guess who has level 3 too? One hit. If he hits him once, he wins. Get him. Oh no. Oh man. He certainly, so all this burnout situation, Here, this is the mix-up that wins in the game. If he hits him here, he wins. He's going to do something into level 3. It's going to take off this much life. The burnout counter is going to freeze. He's going to wake up in the corner, and he's going to have to survive 10 seconds of burnout with about 300 life. And I don't think anybody's really going to do that. But he survives. Pushes him back to the corner. He goes in. This is... I might back up here. By the way, if you take a drink while you're in level 4, you actually build back some drive. So I might just back up and drink here, and I think you get most of it back. But instead he goes in, and again, here he could lose. I mean, he's almost out of burnout, so it's like maybe not as quite a big of a deal as the other one. But both those situations can cause him to lose. And in the end, he still squeaks it out. All right. I'm going to keep going here with the... That was a little bit faster than the previous one. Let's keep going, though. Let's talk a bit about Luke in the next one. And then the last couple of videos are Ryu, because I think Ryu is fun, and it does so happen to be the most interesting videos I came across.
Let us begin.
How am I doing on internet, by the way? Mostly, I mean, I'm still dropping lots of frames, but like, hopefully it's mostly okay. Whoa. So this is pretty good, actually. I think Ken can also do this. This is from downtown, right? Pretty good. So Luke is your kind of standard Shoto, but he's got a bit more kind of up-close brawl approach to his game. More fun combos with the perfect knuckles. This move is absurd, by the way. There's a reason this move is not special cancelable. This stand medium punch. This is only target combo cancelable, so he has to do this medium, medium, medium. That's the only option off of there, unless he counter hits you and goes back to neutral and then tries to link something. You can also cancel the second hit of this into super, and I think I haven't seen too many people do that, but they will do that later when they have to convert this target combo into damage. They'll spend super instead of finishing it. So interestingly, you see he did not say perfect there. This is the English VO, so this means it was too late. Or sorry, he held it for too long. So this is not perfect. You only get the mediocre corner juggle off of full charge knuckle. The perfect knuckle is a little bit less than full charge. You have to hold it slightly, not quite full charge. And if you do get the perfect knuckle, he'll say perfect, launches him up, and you get a better combo in the corner. You get to link heavy DP instead of regular DP, which does 30 or 40 more damage. Not a big deal. But instead, he doesn't... Normally what you do here is fireball, then DP. He takes just a knockdown. This is less damage than the other one, but okay, fair enough. Still gets Oki. Oh, back throw him. +1. Lots of drive taken from that. Remember, he survives on +1 here, and you're like, oh, I blocked. Take a look at his drive, right? 3.5, moving on 4. Big chunk, 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 chunk. And if you press like Fierce or something that wasn't just jab there, he takes him down to 2.5. So like, you survive the damage, but every time you survive the damage, you run out of drive. Oh no. Kill him. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize. I was looking at the wrong life bar. Interesting idea. Wouldn't call it particularly effective, but okay. And now he gets out, and he should win here pretty quickly, I think. Yes, sir. Bing, boom. Oh, he dropped it. So actually, Luke's corner combos are a little harder than his normal combos, believe it or not, off the splat here. So this splat puts him in airborne state. So your next hit will cause a juggle immediately, and you can only juggle with special moves after it, unless you use Drive Rush. So what you're doing here as Luke, if he was grounded, and if Ken let him walk up and do whatever combo he wanted, he would do Crouch Fierce into fully charged light knuckle. He doesn't have to perfect it, he just has to do light charge, and then he gets the corner juggle, right? But because he gets the airborne state, look, this is a harder combo because of the extra air float. So he actually has to pick a different combo here, or he has to nail the perfect knuckle, like, really great. And I think Luke maybe is a bit disadvantaged that reason, because his corner combos off the splat are harder than normal. But, you know, he should have died there, in theory. DP? Oh, he tried. That crouching medium punch was DP. Yeah, Sandblast is such an absurd projectile. And this super is absurd. Speaking of absurd supers, look at how far away he is. He's 3/4 screen. And they said that level 1s are no longer projectile invincible, but that doesn't matter if the projectile doesn't get to you in time, right? This super, I think, is 5 frames for the first hit of the fireball to come out in front of his hand. So, like, as long as the fireball is 5 frames away from you, which can be pretty close, you know, Luke's getting the super off. And he can super Guile Sonic Booms and stuff, like, it's pretty fast. +1, takes the throw this time. Oh boy. Overhead. I mean, you can combo off this overhead if you media it right. I don't think you can get it off of that particular knockdown, but there are setups for this. Oh no. This normal is not cancelable into anything, right? This medium punch. So this is guaranteed. No. Oof. Oh, kill him. Okay, what's your combo here, chat? You've got to kill. What's your drive situation? Remember, the combo's already happening, so you already lost your time. He's got, I think, 4.5 drive here. He's got level 2, and he has to do 500-ish damage. And if he doesn't do 500 damage, he should at least do enough to burn him out. Okay, what's your combo? Let's see. Good. Perfect. Gets the bigger thing, level 2. So, bad combo, right? Not a bad combo. This is the great starter. Bam! Look at this. Takes a 1.5 off of. Was it 1.5 or just 1? Man, he had. I just rewound 5 seconds and he had 6 drive. 2. Look at that. Down to 3. Down. Oh, boy, does this drive go fast, huh? Don't mismanage this meter. Look at this. I want to rewind this again because this is wild. Watch how fast he gets down to 0 here. So he's gonna have 6 basically, and then. At less than 1 game second, he's down to 5. 1 game second. And he should lose all of it here, right? So he's got 1.25. Bam. 1 full drive taken from that punish counter. So level 1 super burns him out here. So whatever combo he does should finish in level 1 super, I think. What does he do? Thing, 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 level 1 super. He does a combo that leaves him alive. Burned out here is so good. You just meaty drive impact and you dare him to CA. Or back up and chip him. You have all sorts of options. But instead, okay. I mean, we think like not a big deal, right? He found a way through it. And he scrambles and finds his way through. Like, this is very hard to stop for Kitten. This is very hard. But like, okay. Point being is that there was a way to avoid having to be put in that situation. And this combo wasn't even particularly all that bad. In fact, I'd say if he wasn't in this particular drive situation, this very unique drive situation and super meter situation and probably also life situation necessitates level 1 at the end here. If he has full life and you're both round 1 fight starting, you know, both have 6 drive, both have 0 super, this is a great combo. Bam, fierce, bam, or well, you can do roundhouse there instead of low strong, but like, okay. So he actually gave a bit of damage up there. But 4 normals into this, into thing, into uppercut. Okay, great combo. Most of the time, not this time. And again, I'm not harping on this. Again, if you're coming in late, I'm not harping on this because I think Veggie or all the other players I've shown are bad. In fact, my combo would probably have been worse there if I was playing that round. But like, interesting, right? How interesting is it that so many situations arise where you have to, on the fly, think of this thing? Think up a combo that is unique to this situation. I can't think of any other Street Fighter that does this. Maybe Cross Tekken. Cross Tekken is about as close as it gets. Boy, corner jail here. Punish. Ah, he got away with it. Ooh. And now Veggie is in trouble. I think if I was Kimberly, I would have forced a bit more here. Don't back up because look at this situation, right? You have to have your eyes glued to this meter at all times, like both yours and your opponent's, in addition to your supers and in addition to your life, while also watching the ground. Like, this meter is so important. It's such a... You can steal their win conditions so easily if you just pay attention to what their drive is. And of course, on day 2 at the beta, you're not going to be good at that yet. Nobody will be, but watch this space, right? Watch this space. Ooh, in the front, not a good combo, but okay. Just still win here with a little bit of... Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure what this was. Maybe he's trying to drive rush. I mean, I can see him hold... What is he trying to expect here? He's trying to build some drive meter back, but like, yeah. Won't analyze the decision too much, but like, not a particularly convincing way to try and make a comeback there. Again, Luke gets Oki off of his throws everywhere on the screen. No back tech here, so he gets to walk up, or he doesn't walk up here, but he could have walked up for better Oki, right? What you're supposed to do here is back roll and force Luke to spend one drive to keep his offense going. You want Luke to get closer to burnout, because we've seen how fast this can rotate on you, right? Or change back. We just watched a match where a guy went through all 6 of his bars in one full second. So one drive feels like it's not much until suddenly it's everything, right? So force him to spend the drive, force him to put himself slower and slower closer to burnout, and then you get him in the corner, you can kill him. Don't stand there and let him do nothing. Or make him get Oki with no extra cost, right? Instead, it's now Luke. No. Oh. If you don't know what to do here, a lot of characters will do crouch jab, stand jab into something. Like Ryu will do that and Ken will do that, right? Other characters will use stand jab as their combo ender. Luke's stand jab is the step, right? This step is slower than all his other jab moves, but it's really long range, but it doesn't combo off anything. So in order for you to get this combo, you either have to do another crouching jab or stand light kick into EX into something, right? But stand jab is either a bad muscle memory here or like not quite familiarity with the character maybe, but yeah, stand jab, great normal and neutral, but not a good combo normal. Back throw, back throw, back throw. I think back throw here for sure, right? If you back throw here, you get the corner. And okay, let's see what she does with the mid screen. She's gonna take more damage with staying mid screen. Let's see what happens. Hey. All right. Throw, and she's out now. So that was the sequence. Did some damage, spent a lot of drive and a lot of super. I'm not entirely convinced that that level 2 super is a particularly good idea in that combo, but I don't know. We'll see. Again, Luke here. Luke, if he stays on top of this drive meter, he knows that she's really close to burning out, right? 1.5. Now, basically 1. Drive rush. You get at least 2 strongs here, and probably a 3rd strong, without any fear of jabbing or throwing. So you should do strong, 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 and get her down to burnout. Instead, he does strong backs up, question mark. I'm not entirely sure. He's expecting maybe to bait reversal. Okay, I can give you that, but if she reversals, she burns herself out. So you're actually okay with that outcome, right? So I would stay in your face and try and burn out. Instead, she backs up and drops the combo, the game-winning combo. Bam, that was a good whiff punish, but... And then he drops the game-winning combo too. And a 3rd time. And a 4th time. And this kills her, I think, right? Yeah. So four big drops in short sequence because of mental stack of this whole situation and the meters and watching for drive impact and all this stuff. That was a whiff punish set. Okay, I'll give the whiff punish hard. Both of these like level 1 super or like do jab jab super, jab jab EX something. Not that. And then yeah, you can see him pumping there. Watch Luke here. He's obviously pumping super. And actually, you could make a pretty good case that he should not level 3 here. That there was another option that kills. Maybe level 1 actually. Get out of the way. Look at the life bar. Level 1 maybe even kills. But maybe level 1 gets hit by the bomb, so I'm not going to harp on this one too much. he needs to steal the round in some way, and it's unclear whether some other option would have done it, so that's okay. Okay, kill him. Nah, well, he's out. By the way, Luke has these follow-ups after all of his EX moves. So here he has DP. This costs him 2 bars. You can see 2 bars spent. And then at the top, he does an extra dunk. This is a 3rd bar spent. And it does a lot of damage. I think like it does about double the DP. And same with Fireball. He can throw a EX Fireball throws an extra one, and his EX Knuckle, he does like a choke slam into like a grappling move. He keeps you on the ground and does like 260 damage or something. But it costs him 3 bars for those moves instead of 2. So that's an interesting mechanic for the character. Again, I like all these decisions that force you to spend drive. You're like, you never know when the right time is to spend drive. Should you spend? Was that a good idea? Turns out maybe it was a good idea, right? He spent the extra meter on the 3 bar DP, did a free 100 extra damage or whatever it was, and now look, he's going to build the bar back. So seems about right to me. Maybe he made the right choice. Not a good combo there, but or there. Both of those combos could have led to death. Good anti-air though. He's scared a low slide. Oh, that was a good block actually. And now, yeah, that's pretty good. Kimberly's slide is like really anti-Shoto. It goes under all fireballs, like I think frame 1. Like if you see the wind up a fireball, she just presses slide and she's never getting hit. So like, and you can combo at this space. You can combo slide like the crouching medium kick slide, right? Not the run slide. You can combo that into normals, and then she would level 3 and kill him. So like, his lose condition here is getting hit by slide. So he's like, don't you dare, don't do it. And then he blocks overhead on the teleport, and she burns herself out trying it. Or sorry, he burns out Luke trying it. But no, she can definitely still win there, but Luke managed to escape. And this character's good, isn't it, Guile? Best character in the beta, I think, by far. Man, this normal dude. I don't know why they did this. This normal should not be Air Crush frame 1. Like, most anti-airs in this game are Air Crush frame 1. Like, they're actually, like, invincible to air attacks. And, like, for example, I think, like, some Crouch Fierces are. I'm not sure if this move is, but I've seen it beat really deep jump-ins, and I think this move can't be this good. I think it's a bit too good, question mark. But he's got him in the corner. Luke's got some pretty beefy normals too. That's a good combo. Or a good recognition on the confirm at least. Got him. What's your combo here? Okay. So you think to yourself, can I burn him out? I need to spend a bunch of super. I don't have level 3. I can't burn him out. Should I spend my own EX? Well, I'm in the corner. I think I'd prefer to save it. Maybe. So I should just do my best meterless combo. What is your best meterless combos? Crouch Fierce, medium, or perfect knuckle into DP juggle. Yeah, I'll take it. Ooh, got him. Yes. Damn. Level 1. I bet you level 1 super kills him though. I bet you level 1 super kills him here. Well, it's close. Maybe not. That kills him though. Again, if you have to pause and be like, was that the right choice? Was it? And even after you paused and thought about it, you still don't know the answer. These are the types of games where depth really comes through in the end. I think of like both Killer Instinct and Unist are like this, where you're actually not sure if anything you ever did was the truly right choice. You just kind of have to like play, and I mean you can analyze it later and be like, yeah, that was the right choice, or no, I could have done this or that. But when it's hard in the moment, but also still hard in your analysis, you've got a game that is really stable against long-term stagnation, I think. He would have had to mess up a lot to die, so why waste it? That's also a point, yeah. You think to yourself, I'm not going to waste super because I have quite a few mistakes. And that's a fair point here, yeah. I mean, you think to yourself, I'm likely to win this much life before I lose this much life, so I'll save the super. Yeah, that's fair enough. And in this case, you're right. I do think level 1 cost, I think people will get better at exploding characters though, especially all the stuff, the optimal stuff I've been talking about as they get better at it. So a level 1 cost is like, you know, it's something, but it's not that much. And I would probably spend level 1 to kill there most of the time, I think. Maybe not in the beta where you're like, nobody knows what's going on and nobody's going to kill me that quickly, but maybe in a year, I think I might spend a level 1 there. Gets through, yeah. Pretty good super. And now he's cornered. What's he got? He's cornered and he's spent a lot of drive. Wow, that's good. DP? DP this time? Okay, that's better. And then after all that, after all this mental stack of like, I missed the anti-air, I missed the anti-air. I didn't miss it this time, but I'm not ready for drive impact after all that. Too much. DP? Oh, okay. Now he's the one in trouble. Oh, good reaction. Finally, the first time. Okay, so combo choice, let's take a look. Burnout is an option here. And he's up around, so I would burn him out. You need level 2 to burn him out from here. Actually, no. You need drive impact. So I would do maybe Fierce into drive impact here. Burn him out. I think I would probably do that if I was really thinking about it, which I wouldn't be here. I would be trying to kill him. So I would do something that doesn't lead to that, and he does what? That into that. He chooses to not spend drive. He doesn't want to burn himself out. I think that's probably the right choice. He takes Oki mid-screen instead. And he kills him, yeah. Okay, so I like the choice. The combo choice was good. He chose Oki instead of sending him full screen. You don't want Guile full screen against you. You want to be on him. So I think this choice worked out either way. I think you could make an argument that Fierce into drive impact here is the better choice. You could make an argument for it. So that was 1.5 drive lost. And then here you just press Fierce into another drive impact. So like you combo into a second drive impact and it takes the rest of his drive away. Does no damage, but he probably goes about to here. So he probably loses about 100 damage for that. But he has to, then he gets 20 seconds of Guile being burned out. So he somehow managed, you know, he won the round before Guile could get away again. But, you know, I think you could make an equal case that both of those combos were okay. He really should be parrying those booms. I agree that you have to try parrying booms. I disagree that it's easy or that it's, and there'll be some other matches I think I have. Do I have some more Guile? I have a couple matches with Guile still left. There'll be some where I can show why I think parry is necessary but hard. Everybody's driving back there would have been good. DP, okay. Yeah. People don't really know where the gaps are on these chun strings yet. So like that counter hits something, and then here he thinks he's free because it looks like a sweep, and he's like, oh, I'll attack. Okay, oh, big pun. Okay, he burned himself out. He has to make this count. Oh my goodness. Okay. Now what? Attacks the throw. Throw loops. Again, I don't want to harp on this too much. People were trying to say, I made a tweet a while ago where I defended throw loops, and I was like, throw loops aren't so bad. Every Street Fighter game has throw loops except Street Fighter V. Every single one. And some of them way worse than this. And every other non-Street Fighter game, like Marvel and like Guilty Gear, and all these games have ridiculous throw pressure. Like you throw, you die. You get thrown, you get looped into ridiculous stuff. So why are suddenly everybody so scared of throw loops? Like this game, the answer is not can you be thrown after a throw. The question is what's your throw defense options? And in this game you have many. You've got an incredibly long tech window. Look how long that was. All right. A tech leaves you this far away instead of this far away. So she's kind of out. Not fully out, but pretty close to out. And if she wants, she can backdash and punish the throw attempt if she reads it. She can hold up forward and take a DP on the other side and get out. She can... There's all sorts of things, right? And yes, sometimes you'll get throw looped. But like also you made a bunch of wrong choices. What do you want? Also, you can be throw looped and no stun, right? So like, not so bad. It feels frustrating to get hit by the same move over and over again, but you can also play better. Oh, I tried DP there, maybe. Oh, in the front. You can tell he's trying to figure out where the holes are and all this chun stuff. DP? Oh, man. These are situations where you have 6 drive and like you gotta complete this with EX uppercut and then or EX knuckle and start doing some combos and get some Oki going. Remember, in Street Fighter 6 you have quite a bit of time to confirm those. You get at least 3 lights. Almost depending on range, it doesn't matter. Ugh. Yeah, EX projectiles go through projectiles and don't lose a hit. So that's new to this game. There's no other Street Fighter game that works like that, I don't think. DP, okay. See, look at that range, right? He gets ES knuckle from this range. You think he's out of range. In Street Fighter 5, you certainly would be. A jab, your combo starter this far away. Even in Street Fighter 4, some characters can't convert this. But Luke gets medium punch because it's counter hit. Look how far away that is. This is sweep range. And EX knuckle here would lead to a corner push. You can't even truly tick throw in Street Fighter 6? No, I don't think that's true. You certainly can. Off of drive rush particularly, right? You can be +4 or +5 off of drive rush quite easily. And certainly you can time the meaty throw, or the throw, to be in between where they can jab and when their throw invincibility runs out after relieving block stun. I don't believe you can't be tick thrown. Ugh. Whiff punish. You probably could have killed her if you whiff punish with Fierce, but that's still pretty good. Now what? Overhead. Okay. So here's an interesting thing about level 3, right? So she almost got burned out. I mean, she's dead almost, basically, so the meter doesn't matter that much anymore as far as like Luke's concerned. But level 3 builds her own bar back. It takes 1.5. I guess this is CA, so this will actually take a full 2 drive off of Luke. And she'll build back at least 2 while this timer's going. So take a look at this. All right, here comes the 2 drive off. 2 drive, and she built back at least 1.5 while she was waiting. So this is a big swing. This is like a 4-bar swing, right? 2 + 2. So it's not going to matter probably in this situation, but like level 3 is a potent way to get some of your drive back. Like level 3 is great for damage, but also for this drive, turning the tides on the drive meter. Wakes up drive impact. Okay, and he stuffed drive impact there. I think. Yeah, this was drive impact. This is Chun-Li trying to drive impact, but she didn't have enough life to survive this hit. So again, or interestingly, if you're in the corner and the guy's low on life, you actually don't have to be scared about drive impact at all. You can just press your big good buttons and they can never go through them. I hear that if jab and throw are on the same frame, jab wins. Yes, attack speed throws on the same frame, but you don't have to throw them on the same frame as their attack, right? If I'm +5 and I throw you, if I wait a second or wait a frame and throw you, then I'll win, and you can't jab me because jabs have 4 frame startup and you won't get through my throw. So definitely you can tick throw people. Is that it for this video? It is. All right, we're kind of moving a bit faster than before. Maybe only 25 minutes per video. I'm pausing a bit, but I do kind of want to get across these points that the creativity of this game is strong, but also the expectation on the player to be optimal is really strong and also very hard. A lot harder than it looks. When you're playing the game for the first time, if you guys didn't get in the beta, next time you play the game, or the first time you get a chance to play the game, when the game comes out or whatever, you'll find your hands just doing all sorts of wacky stuff. I'm telling you. You'll block a DP punish and you'll do jab jab throw because you're like, I don't know. I had a combo. I had a combo plan for this, but I don't remember it. Because this is Ending Walker. He's a strong Street Fighter 5 player. And a lot of the videos are going to be Ryu from now on. By the way, this move is absurd. This might be the best normal in the game. Ryu's Jamie sweep. Look at the range on this bad boy. This is pretty safe at the tip, and it's pretty easy to space because it's so big. But I think Jamie's sweep is in contention for best normal in the beta, even with Guile's crazy stuff. Although Guile probably has second, third, and fourth place. But like this move is pretty crazy. And every time he sweeps, he gets a drink, so there's incentive for him to press that button. Oh, he could have gotten it there. He got stuffed on his first attempt. Ooh. Man, EX dive kick is very fast, by the way. This is a fast move. He still could DP. He did EX Tenjin Fireball here. This isn't contention. This isn't better than some of the ST Fireballs. I don't think it's better than Old Sagat Fireball and ST. But I think this is in the top tier of fireballs in Street Fighter history. This move is EX Tenjin Fireball is it's a nonsense. It's a made up move. It's a fairy tale. Look at this. Full screen. I paused it as soon as he threw it, and this fireball is already hitting full screen. And he had already jumped, and he's doing a dive kick. So he jumped before the move was thrown, and did a aerial move to like get to the ground faster, and it is still not fast enough to punish that. So you think to yourself, okay, well, who cares? I'll just parry it. I'll just stand back and parry it or let him waste it. Okay, you can do that. And then he'll just charge the engine again, and you haven't changed the situation at all, right? Like, this moves control space like crazy, and he gets to combo off of it if he hits it. So it's like, you know, it's a scary move. And it was the combo off the overhead, right? Drive rush always leads to overhead combos. Jamie's sweep leads to target drink combo. That's what I mean, yeah. When I say he gets a drink off of it, I mean he gets that target combo thing. Punish. That might not have been punishable, that axe kick, the donkey kick. Ugh. You might have been able to take a second one there. Ugh. Charged engine? Okay, he chose not to. Wow, he got away with that. I'm surprised he didn't charge the engine here. This meaty fireball is great for charging the engine. And you don't really get particularly strong Oki if you chase it, right? In fact, he gets to drink and still recovers in time to block, so it's not like he was in any danger there. I would have just taken Tenjin. Ugh. Not a good combo, but I mean, it's a good starter. This is a good starter. That into that, that's a good starter. But I'm not sure what that was. Maybe he thought he had Denjin. Actually, maybe that's it. Maybe he thought he had Denjin because Denjin Hashogeki will pop you into the air and you can juggle it. So I can see maybe he thought he had Denjin there. And there we go. Good luck. Okay, that's a good start. No. Oh boy. Corner. You get the full corner, yeah. Oh, and the super. So he's burned out too, yeah. So remember, I wanted to talk about how badly this goes wrong. Ryu is chilling here. He's, you know, he has to fight a level 4 Jamie, but he's got about the same amount of health. He's got 4.5 drive. He's going to be building more drive here. He's got 5 drive, basically. He immediately spends this, drops the combo. So, okay, he spent 3 drive and gotten out nowhere. Now what? Punish counter, another full drive gone. Jamie combos into level 3. He's in the corner and burned out, and 3 seconds ago he was okay. He was mid-screen and fine. And he's going to kill him here? Oh, he gets a combo. He gets a juggle there, Jamie does. Jamie's not burned out, right? Yeah, he's fine. He gets a drive rush into launcher into something. I don't think it's enough to kill him, actually. This combo's pretty scaled. But I don't know why he didn't do it. Maybe he doesn't know. But, I mean, he's dead. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You either level 3 here, which is like, you know, you either level 3 or you die is the answer, right? And I guess level 3 is not going to kill you. So, like, you level 3 just to survive, and then you're still in burnout and you die anyway. So, like, I guess you just die. Like, just take the chip and save level 3, I guess. I don't know. But Ryu's probably dying in that round 99% of the time. Cool. Look how far away that is. Like, Ryu's sweep also couldn't probably be punished because that's at the tip. But this is at the tip. Look how far away he is. There's no normal in the game that reaches there. Ugh, right in the belly. Oh, could interrupt, drop the combo, but this is plus like 6 probably, because I know that gut punch or solar plexus is +2 normally, so this is +6 off a drive rush, and does a big chunk of drive damage. So like, either I don't know why you wouldn't. These are the situations where you should be trying to chip down the drive, right? You either bait reversal or you chip down the drive. I think those are your two choices here. He goes for throw. It's not so bad, I suppose. He does lose in the corner though. Nice double drink. Well, he's still okay here, I think. Well, maybe not after that. What? Okay, I'm not sure what happened. This is just a drop, right? Level 3. This is something DP level 3. I guess this is supposed to be DP into a level 3. I think he just got a super by accident here. Certainly, this makes no sense to level 1 here. And I don't know what this is. Maybe he just panicked? I don't know. But this is an even worse punish by that guy. He could have killed him. I mean, I killed him, but like, if you just block it and then, or parry it, and then do a regular combo, right? I don't know. He wastes 2 bars for no reason. Alright. Bunch of spaghetti at the end there, but... So here's, people are talking about like parry being pretty low risk. I agree, it's pretty low risk, because what happens is you whiff parry, and if they don't throw you, because throw does suck, it takes another full drive plus a big grip. But if they don't throw you, what happens? You block the next thing, right? Because you can always cancel this in the block. And you're like, okay, well, so I'll just try parrying a bunch then. Well, what does it do? He spends a half of his drive bar parrying, right? And then he blocks anyway. He just lost 1.5 drive, right? This is almost an EX move. Was that worth the cost of an EX, trying that? Maybe if you're low on drive, maybe? I don't know. I don't think like people are like, well, you can just, every time you parry, you get perfect parry, which is true. Or you get an option select at perfect parry. But just randomly throwing this out here, throwing away drive like this, I don't know, we've seen how quickly this goes down, right? How quickly you can reverse drive. So like, probably a little bit riskier than it seems. Let's say that. Ugh. He goes for the whole thing. There's your EX thing. And this is an interesting combo that I kind of agree with and kind of don't, right? So he's like, okay, here's my chime to shine, everybody. 1, so he spends 3 bars to get the 1 extension. Most people would probably just cancel this into DP here and take pressure, right? But he's like, no, I want more. So how much more does he get? So let's see, where was he before this? So he was here. I'm going to leave my mouse right here. How much more does he get from these 3 bars? Okay, so like we're talking on the E on let's do this, right? So like, I don't know if that's 100 damage. Is that worth burning yourself out? And you lost your Denjin charge, which would have let you pressure a little bit more. I think probably not. Yeah, right. He went all in here, and I don't think it's probably going to pay off for him. Oh, especially back throw there. Oh, can you imagine if you're Jury? You get air reset here, and you don't back throw. Oh, back throw is so juicy here. Punish counter back throw with him and burnout in the corner. Ugh. But instead he does jab into something that doesn't work. And he gets put in the corner. Oh man, DP. Okay. He's still living. And he panics drive impact, right? If you want to learn how to drive impact on reaction instead of just being a god, what you can do is sense the fear, right? Look at the fear of this Jury player. See if you can smell it. So, bad situation number 1. A combo that doesn't work on a burned out opponent. Punish countered, back in the corner. Jury is not exactly feeling super hot right now. Meaty, whiff, mash jab, hold up, and then as soon as he wakes up, drive impact. He's like, please get me out, please. Please, I do not want to be here, right? And I think if jumps and other things don't work, drive impact should be next on your list of things to look for, right? This is I mean, he doesn't have meter to do it back, so I'm not like saying he should have, but as a general note, when you're playing against people, smelling the fear is the way to catch this. So he's going to back up, he's going to get his drive back, and he's going to just DP. Oh, he tried. I think he tried there. That's good. People are saying V reversal or drive reversal is not good. I don't agree, actually. I think this is pretty good. Like, in this situation, Jury feels awful. Can you imagine getting hit by this after? This is your one chance to win, right? You spent a bunch of drive to get in, and you're like, you kind of have Ryu sort of close to the corner, and like, you have to make something happen right now. And he just drive impacts you. Back to full screen with you. Now, good luck. So it's not like amazing. You don't want to be thinking about it all the time, but I think there are situations where it's very quick. It's really quite good. Was that drive reversal blockable? I do not think so. It looks like it might have been, but I think no. I think the answer is no. But more testing would be needed there, I think. I wouldn't bet my life on it. There definitely are situations where it is guaranteed, and where it feels like, well, that was a good choice. You know what I mean? Like, it's certainly not every time you block anything, though. Wow, look at that. That was cool. Punish counter, fierce donkey kick, meaty fireball, charge Denjin, and then drive rush in. Now he's loaded on Denjin, so he gets better pressure here. Oh my goodness. This sort of thing is cool, right? I like this. I like this sort of like, this isn't a good combo because you should press strong here or something like that, but jab, jab, uppercut. Crouching, doesn't matter. Tatsu would also work here. Like, normally Tatsu goes over crouchers. No problem in Street Fighter 6. They just let stuff work. I don't know why that was so hard of Street Fighter 5. Ugh. There is your Denjin extension. Probably not worth the EX. Definitely not worth the EX now. Oh, he's dead. Oh, I think he got quite lucky. Well, he's not going to get lucky anymore, I think. Level 3 is good here. Watch the timer freeze. He's not building drive. Well, she is. So he took 500 damage and is not any closer to not being burned out here. So don't back up though. No, this is, I would call this a strategic error. You got your win condition. A burned out Ryu, one drive impact away from dying, in the corner, and you're full on drive. So like you can make things happen with all sorts of drive rush stuff. And he backs up. Go, go. Look at him. You can see his character's scared. He's terrified. Go get him. Okay. He still might win. Yeah, he did win. So like even with that strategic error, he still won because burnout is pretty bad. But like, ugh. That's a tough one. I tried DP, I think. Ooh, combo. Does he spend drive? Yes. So here we're talking. This is what I'm talking about from before, right? I talked about this in the first match, I think. You can choose medium Tatsu here for drive, no drive spent on your Oki, or you can DP, get the extra damage, and still get Oki, but it costs you a drive. So here's your Oki. This is plus whatever, right? Plus 3, 4, something like that. So this is real Oki. You can be thrown here. You can be load. You can be overhead. This is not fake Oki. This is real. And it costs him one of his. He only had 3 left, and he spent 1 for this, so this better work. This sort of feeling of some players will just take the DP back up, do a Denjin charge, and be good. They'll be like, you know what? I'm chilling. I want my drive back. I did some damage. Let's fight. Some players will not be that. Will not say that, and they will go in even though they're low on drive. This is the expression I'm talking about. Punish counter, SPD damage. Oh, he doesn't need to do this here actually. One of the benefits of punish counter throw is that you get hard knockdown. See, it says hard knockdown here. She's forced to get up at a very specific wake up time and cannot back roll. This is the important thing about punish counter sweeps and throws in this game. So you do not have to spend drive rush to get Oki here. You can just walk up and meaty. And you can tell he didn't know the timing on this special hard knockdown thing. again, you can sense the tentativeness, right? Here's 2 bars gone. What happened here? Nothing happened. Chips down here. They're both at about 1 drive meter. Both decently healthy, although, you know, Ryu sitting on 3 bars could pretty much end her life in 1 combo hit here. She'll be burned out after the level 3. So, and you know, he doesn't want to get hit either. He's kind of in danger. So what happens? They're both scouting each other out, but nobody really wants to commit here. Oh, there finally someone commits. That would have been level 3. Well, we know he's not going to win because it's a spoiler in the video, but... Well... He got lost in the sauce on his own combo here, right? You cannot burn yourself out here, for sure. I mean, Drive Impact Crumple is cool. You're super happy about taking an extra 200 damage, or whatever, 250 damage, but you cannot burn yourself out. You should just do the Tatsu style move. I don't know what it's called for sure, but the thing that knocks him into the corner. You cannot. This is your lose condition. I mean, it doesn't even matter that he dropped the combo here. She would have done an extra 50 damage with scaling, and he's not burned out, but she is, so he can't Drive Impact her in the corner. All sorts of stuff. Like she cost himself the game even before the drop. This is what I'm talking about. I like this better. This is good. Look at this. Instead of pressing jab here, what happens here? Blocks the cross up. Look at this. He presses medium punch once, right? You want jab because you're like, oh, I'm scared that I'll get mashed on, so I need the jab for the frame trappable, frame trapness, right? But look at what happens to the drive meter when she presses medium. Thing. You know, he gets hit, but he would have been down to 1 bar. He takes a full drive off of that with that block string, right? And I don't think you have to be overly scared of people mashing on you too much. Mashing in this game, despite what people say, I don't think is that good. I don't think people will be mashing very much. They might mash parry, but they're not going to be mashing buttons all that much. Gets the combo. Spent a bunch of drive to get in and got reversaled out. Ooh, big hit. But now he's got corner and Denjin, so this is good for him. Wow, that wasn't good. Oh, he tried to air that. And again. And a 3rd time. Okay, that's enough. Enough of that. Back to those kills, yeah. Ryu can't frame trap after standing medium punch? No, it's 0. It's a 0 on block. So you would trade with any jab, and yeah, if you tried to press strong again, you would get counter hit. The thing, though, is that if you do it from the right range, which after immediate jumping, like a super deep cross-up like we saw in that round, point blank, you can kind of mash jab, kind of, sort of. Except if the guy presses Drive Impact or some other things, which you didn't have to be ready for. But the goal is that if you press stand medium punch at the right range, this is why mashing buttons isn't that great most of the time. Because if you press stand medium punch at the right range, because this game does not have very much proximity blocking. In fact, I don't think it has any. Actually, I think it does have some on some moves. But for the vast majority of normals, there's no proximity blocking. So you can walk freely while your opponent is swinging. So they cannot, at the right range, jab will whiff, and you'll whiff punish them. So like these 0 on block normals, these -1 on block normals, cause enough pushback to where you're actually quite scared to whiff. You don't want to just challenge because you'll get whiff punished. So what you do then is you don't press anything, and then the guy walks up and presses something else again. So there will be situations where the jab is like guaranteed. Like I think maybe that cross up at the start of round 1 was one of them. But you know, this is beta, so that's fine. But I think in general, you cannot, just because you block a move that's 0, you can't be like, oh, I'm just going to swing. I don't think that's going to end too well for you. So interesting, right? 3 cost rush, goes low, throw attack. So he defends. She's down 3 bars for nothing and nothing to show for it, right? So this drive rush, this parry or this drive rush cancel off of these normals. You know, you better make them count when you use them. I think you can't just like throw them out for fun. Gonna try and get some of that drive back. So you need to find a way to get any of it back before he gets trapped here. Let's find out. Looks like he's getting most of it back. Oh, he might have had a chance to drive impact there. I'm not a huge fan of this combo, actually. I think the level 2 is not worth it there. But I might be wrong. Interesting combo here, right? Again, he had 5 bars. So he was like, he had the huge drive lead. And he decided to spend all 5 on this combo. And he only got this much damage out of it. Does not have level 2 or 3 to finish off. So rather than just finish with a knockdown here and pressure, he takes level 1, which is still not enough to kill. He does get pressure though, but he's burned himself out, so that drive impact is kind of free. Now he's got to back up. He might still win here, or actually maybe not. Oh no. This isn't much damage though. Wow. It's a bummer. It's a bummer for a lot of reasons. But it's a particular bummer for Kimberly because she had the win here, right? She was like, there was lots of things she could have done to maintain that corner and keep the threat high. Instead, she burns herself out, wastes a bar, and doesn't get the kill. It's like the worst of all 3 worlds. And on top of that, this happens. That's plus whatever, plus 6 probably, right? This normal is normally -3, and it's plus 8 extra because of the burnout and the drive rush. So it's plus 5, I suppose. So this is maybe totally guaranteed as a block string, and then bam, and no meter at all here. You are stuck. You are absolutely. I think this is total checkmate. I don't know if there's anything you can do. So burning that super, bad news for her, right? She burned her only defensive resource. Stun, and then he can't kill him. This scales, I think, 80% immediately. The stun, maybe it's even higher than that. But it's certainly you get a scaling penalty just for the stun. And level 3 here is not enough. I think you could probably do this much with only 1 drive cancel. And then he burned himself out. So what would you do here? Question mark, right? Roundhouse. This is not a combo on, because this was in the punish counter, right? He thinks he's punishing a DP, so he does the punish counter combo, but it doesn't work. He realizes his mistake, and I mean, at least he didn't spend bar on his mistake, right? But that interaction, that was about 10 in-game seconds. And both players made significant combo and strategic errors, right? Hard, dude. It's a hard game to play. Well, how do you Storm? How's it going? Hi, everybody who's been talking. Sorry. Everybody who said hi to me. Hope you guys are enjoying it, despite my crappy internet. +6 or whatever. Not +6, +1. Corner. Kill him. Oh, no. Okay, he's dead. Back throw is bad, though. Forward throw would have been great here. Obviously, he's holding back to block and then he throws, but keeping the corner with punish counter throw here probably spells disaster, and we might not even be watching this match because then Ending Walker would lose and it wouldn't be in his compilation video. Back throw means he gets space, though. Not a ton of space. He's trying to do something. He's got to be pumping level 3. Oh my goodness, don't do that. I mean, this is his only way out of this situation is level 3. He has to reversal level 3 between Fierce and Drive Impact, or else he loses the round right now, because level 2 is probably enough with some combo here, right? So like, don't give up your win condition, especially now. Certainly, it's enough damage now. Fierce Drive Impact right here, right? Or if you think he's got him, then pressure with normals. Don't like bait it. Don't walk up and be thrown. Worst thing you could have done. And, oh my goodness, he's level 3. I don't think he's dead though. Actually, certainly he's not dead. But the burnout is back because he was building that all back, right? Look at this. The timer keeps going, and she loses 1.5. Although she's not going to survive to burnout, so. What do you do here? I think he's +8. This is one of the few situations you don't get Oki unless you're in the corner. I think you're +8 here, so you can't. Drive Rush is not in time. Yeah, it's not in time. What? Oh, well, you bet it all. Interesting though, right? This is. I don't know if you guys watch Street Fighter 6 footage and you think like this. Every time I watch Street Fighter 6, any round, whether I play it, my friend plays it, I'm spectating in the in-game client, if I'm watching YouTube, the only thing I watch is like, wow, everybody sucks. Everybody is so bad. I'm bad, you're bad. Ending Walker is not playing great. Veggie, like Big Bird, all these guys. 7, 8, 10, 15 big mistakes every single round, right? And you can think to yourself, new game syndrome. And absolutely true. It's totally true. In a year, people will be making considerably fewer mistakes than 10, 15 around. But these are not new players. These are players who know what to do in the Street Fighter game, and they cannot keep it straight. They cannot. It doesn't matter how good or bad you are, there will be moments where you get overwhelmed and you just do not do the right thing. So that's what I want you guys to think about when you watch next time. When you watch footage next time, even if I'm not analyzing the video. Think about what it means to make the right strategic decision with your drive bar. That was a cool combo, I like that one. Watch that again quick. Stand light kick. The range on this thing, this is longer range than Ryu's low forward in Street Fighter 5, for sure. That's stubby ass normal. This button was a combo off of a long range jab. He gets drive rush into jab, jab, and even the second jab was far away. And DP works. Like, DP doesn't win. Man, I love games that let you do stuff. Okay. She didn't want to spend the drive. Probably right. She had only 2. Not going to burn herself out. I don't like that air throw animation. Fights back with Denjin. That's plus, yeah. All these normals are plus. Like these big fat normals, they're +4 on their normal frame advantage. So if this was -2 or -3 before, it's now plus. You cannot challenge. And look, low short, stand short, axe kick. At that range, it was counter hit, so that helps. But at that range, at this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your Street Fighter, these moves are finally good again. Look at him go. He's feeling he's feeling himself, isn't he? Look at him go. He had 6 drive 5 seconds ago. 3 drive, knockdown. 1 drive, knockdown. 3 drive, super. You know, you get in those moments where you just press and it doesn't even matter what you do. You're just like, I'm doing the thing. My hands are outside of my brain. Oh, what a normal that is. Of course, this move is good in every game. Oh, this back foot is where she was. This is 3/4 screen. I mean, good thing she can't drive rush cancel it or something, but boy. Ugh. Help. Send help. Nice. EX spends 1 bar. Super. No super. Down to 1 drive. Oh, this is good. You think you're safe. You think Ending Walker's got 25% life left. I've got full life left. And here I am sitting on all my 1.5 drive that I spent all my stuff on. And I have the corner too, but I block this. Block that. Look at the chunks on that. That took half of a drive bar. I block that. And now, am I winning? I'm probably winning. Can I lose? Absolutely. Oh boy. If he drive rushed that and took her to the corner, she would lose, I think. Right. That's a great whiff punish. Canceling into this he's winding up for the fastball down the middle, isn't he? If he drive rushes this instead of canceling into axe kick, I think, and takes her to the corner on the Tatsu combo or something. Ugh, look out. It's still bad news though. I think he can, oh boy, he could so lose so quick. And he doesn't get the crumple. If he blocked, he would have been stunned and he would have eaten a combo, but at least he would have gotten his drive back. This combo is so bad. He gets the world here. Oh, he burns himself out. That's the wrong choice. Now he can't drive impact. He smelled blood a bit too hard. Now he has to win through footsies, but he could have won guaranteed. man, he threw it away. I think like he wins, but see the strategic mistake, right? You guys know what I'm talking about here. This is the win condition, right? Corner plus burnout, and like he'll have level 3 really soon, and I mean he wins. He wins in 2 hits. All he has to do is, and look at this drive, 5 bars, 5.5. Drive impact is great, and he gets the dream scenario. This drive impact does not splat. He gets a free combo and then the splat after when the reset happens. This is like guaranteed win. All he has to do is not do exactly this. This is where you finish. You leave yourself 2 bars here. You finish with uppercut or some knockdown where you have a meaty planned. You don't do this until level 1. Now he doesn't have level 3, and all he gets is a meaty. Like, tough one. I think ending just like doing the combo. Yeah, sure. No, 100%, right? I agree with you. Sometimes your hands just like do the thing, and you're like, man, that felt good. But it's because your hands did the thing in training mode. Like, I'm sure he practiced that combo in training mode, right? Because obviously it's your big wombo combo. You want it to be consistent. But then in the match, you actually just don't really want to do that combo. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And this was a situation where you didn't want to do it. But he had under half of a second to realize that, right? Unless he had been watching the gauges the whole time, which we can do because we're not controlling the characters. We have no mental stack on the line. But again, not to beat a dead horse, but it is really hard to do it all right. And when I can sit here and be like, that was wrong, wouldn't it have been cool if X? Wouldn't it have been cool if Y? That's, you have a good game then, right? That's the definition of good game. This is what Street Fighter V lacked so much, and so many modern fighting games lack this, I think, actually. There's only a few that I can think of where I really quite respect the sort of branching narrative of strategy. And I was not expecting Street Fighter VI to be one of those games at all. Like, I had zero hope for it. So I'm very pleasantly surprised at what they've come up with here. And it's why I kind of have been... I'm not the only person who likes the game, but like, I've been sort of championing it a bit on Twitter. Like, throw loops are fine. Drive impact is good. X and Y, like these, don't worry about these systems. They're actually quite smart when you think about what they do to the game. And I know a lot of people who are not about it. And I'm trying to champion parts of the design that I think are really smart and play into all these systems. Because without these systems, the game is actually quite a bit less rich. You guys know what I mean? Fighting Kyle looks miserable. It is. You don't know yet, Storm. You'll find out. Although he might be nerfed in the final game, so maybe you'll never really find out. DP. Threat of drive impact very high. Burns himself out. No kill. Level 1 kills here. If you're gonna burn yourself out, someone earlier in the chat said sometimes you don't want to spend the super because you don't think you can lose. I agree with that in many situations. If you're going to burn yourself out, I think I don't agree with it there. You do have to kill him if you're burning yourself out. I really don't think leaving yourself alive in burnout is a great idea. So I would just do Fierce in the level 1 there. Level 1, all level 1s do 200 damage, in case you don't know. Level 1s do 200, level 3s do, or level 2s do 300. And level 3s do 400, and CAs do 450. I think that is universal across the cast, except for characters with install level 2s and Jamie, who gets to combo after his level 3. So they lower the damage because he gets more damage after the combo. So level 1, DP does 120, I want to say. So super doing 200, even with the scaling, that extra damage is certainly covered up in this damage. That's how you know this level 1 would have killed there. Okay, so I mean he wins, right? So everybody's like, what's the big deal? He won. But I mean, like, we've already seen several times in this video where the guy did not win. You're not always going to get there. Jamie's space control, really good, I think. People were talking... I've seen some people talk down this character. I don't get it. Like, not even when... I mean, obviously he's a bit weaker at level 0. But this character has these wall normals, right? Low forward's great. Look at a stand roundhouse. That's a great normal. Tried it there and got stuffed. He has stand medium kick. He has some plus normals when he's close. This character is a rush down and mid screen control. God, he's really good. No drink? Okay, takes the one drink after. I don't know the difference. Well, I do know the difference, but like, I don't know if it's better to take the drink version of the Rekka or to do this and drink. I think it's probably worse to do this because you are probably about the same level of plusness, except now you have to drink. So you took a bit of damage, a bit more damage, and it's not that much, maybe 30 or 40, and you sacrificed the entire screen basically to do this drink. So I would rather just take 30 less damage and get the drink and then maintain my control. You know what I mean? So now he has to block jump in. Maybe you could have DP'd that jump in, but you know what I mean. He's forced to play at the defensive. Oh, we got him. Do better, something good. Okay. Okay, times 2. He's in big trouble, though. Oh, overhead there is no good. I don't like the overhead choice here. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but like, it's not your, it's too scary against a level 3, against any character with super. Oh, okay. Didn't work out for him in the end. Sorry, let's take a look at the chat here. As you can tell, I have not streamed in 4 years. I don't know how to read chat and think my own thoughts while watching the screen. So you'll have to forgive me if I miss your message. I am not very adept at this yet. We might remain that strong for the remaining betas, but I feel like I'll be surprised if he's oppressive at launch. I agree. I don't think they actually have to change Guile that much. I think they have to take away the boom loops. They're too cheap. Even the non-TAS versions, they're too good. He gets them at round start. It's in the corner, like 95 seconds of round 1, he can do them. It's too good. And I think flash kick's probably a bit too good. And I think maybe 1 or 2 of his normals are maybe a bit too good. So you don't have to change much. Like, he can still keep Sonic Boom. He can still keep Sonic Blade. Those things are absurd. And he can keep 90% of the range on low medium kick and upside down kick and Sobat. But probably not 100%, if you know what I mean. I have no idea how I want to play in this game. Hopefully I can find a character that speaks to me. Interestingly, yeah, I don't know if you're a Shoto player. This game has very fun Shotos. Like, both Ken, Ryu, and Luke, they're all very fun. People like to insult, like, you know, make fun of Luke because Street Fighter V, but I think Luke is maybe the most fun Shoto. Like, he's actually really fun. And obviously, we have no idea about DJ, and I think JP looks really cool. Like, space control, kind of Glacius style, spawning, or Gargo style, just spawning portals everywhere. I think that could be really fun in a game like this, where he also has to make fun drive decisions on how to activate the portals, maybe. I don't know exactly how it works, right? But I imagine a game where a zoning character with portals has to make really fun decisions. That could be really fun. Marissa looks cool, big boot in the face. I don't know. I definitely think there's going to be a variety. Like, we don't even know what Zangief does, right? Like, grappler fans, are they gonna be eaten well in this game? Command grabs are silly, so maybe, but they can easily just make his drive rush bad or something, and then, you know. I think there's going to be quite a good variety. And thinking about this, right? The first version of every fighting game is always the worst. This is not a surprise to anybody. So imagine if this is the first version of the game we get. Can you imagine, like, Season 3 of Street Fighter 6, where we've got 10 new characters, and all of them are, like, really cool? Or, like, 9 out of the 10 or 8 out of the 10 are really cool. And they've tweaked whatever exploits people find with the drive system at launch. They tweak those so that, like, the system is really tight. Like really well designed and really well expressive. Like, I think if this is the worst version of the game that we're getting, I think we're going to be eaten for 5-6 years, right? Shotos haven't been this fun to me in a long time. Yeah, I agree. This is the best Shoto. These are the best Shotos in any Street Fighter game. They're pretty fun in Cross Tekken, actually. But Mainline Street Fighter, this is the best fun, or this is the most fun Shoto is. Although Denjin Ryu in Third Strike is a real piece of work. I don't think they will add a new mechanic later on this time. No, I agree. I don't think they'll add more to the drive gauge. I think the system is already pretty wild. There's like 7 different things you can do with this gauge. But one thing I do think, I'm going to lay out a controversial take here. I think Burnout could probably be worse. Like, I think they could make Burnout State more punishing. I don't think there is a world where I think Burnout is not quite punishing enough in this current game. I can see them making it slightly worse for the burned out player in Season 2. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of characters who don't care if they're burned out. Like, I think Guile doesn't really care. Maybe like Luke and Ryu don't really care if they have the full screen at their back and they know that they can throw fireballs and DP still. However, I think they don't have to change too much. Like, you don't have to make it so that everybody just melts immediately in Burnout. Like, they all take 30% more damage. You don't have to do that. You don't have to punish people too much. I think what you can do, though, is... So, for example, the scaling in this game is like 100% for the first hit. I think it's 80% for the second hit, 70% for the third hit. Then it goes 70, 60, 50, whatever, all the way down, right? I think what you can do is make the first hit when you're in Burnout do 80%. So instead of it going 100, 80, 70, it could go 80, 80, 70, 60, 50. You know what I mean? What that means is that you actually do less damage when you're zoning because all your hits are 80% of their scaling. So Guile and like Ryu, and it doesn't hurt combo damage too much. It just takes a little bit off the top. It doesn't nuke your entire combo damage. So if you do land a hit in Burnout and you're a combo character, like a rushdown character, then you're still doing all right, right? So I think that's one thing they might consider doing in the future, just so that zoners are not just like super screen control-y while they're in Burnout. They might do that. Although I don't think I would do that in launch. I think I would wait to see how it plays out in the current state and then see if something is needed in Season 2. You could just add some recovery to specials. No, I don't think you should change frame data. I really think that one of the nice things about Burnout is that you don't have to learn how to play a second character. You don't have to be like, okay, well, this combo doesn't work anymore because my jab is 2 extra frames less. And like, this game is already hard enough. In case you haven't watched the rest of my stream, I've been talking about how hard this game is to play optimally. Adding a second character when you're burned out is too much, I think. It's too hard. One thing they could do in addition to the damage scaling thing that I talked about is add more crush counter states to burned out opponents. You know how when you like crush counter or like punish counter someone with Ken's down roundhouse, they like flip out and you get a combo? They could do that on Burnout. Anytime you get hit by that move, you get acted as if it was a punish counter state. Maybe, something like that. But what that does is that punishes... The thing about that is, what it does is it punishes people who can get in. It punishes the pressure character. When you get to pressure a burned out character, then you get to nuke them even more. But it does not affect screen control, which is why I think it's cool, but maybe not the way to go. You know what I mean? I think maybe lowering damage on screen control moves when you're in Burnout is a play that makes more sense. Can you break throws in SF6 while holding 1 or 7? I don't know if I tested that. That's a good question. Unfortunately, I do not know the answer. But okay, so let's keep watching. Sorry, that's been a while. Where are we at here? Watching Ryu. Phenom Ryu. I'm going to take a drink. I haven't been talking so long. As soon as I take a drink, I have something to say at 98 seconds. Sorry. Just too much interesting stuff in this game. What happens here? Teleport. Okay, so you can stop this teleport. I mean, obviously, not always, but this move is kind of stoppable. When she gets in here, she does counter hit strong into strong into this. So counter hit strong links into fierce, so she didn't have to spend EX. But I like this style of EX move where it's the same property as the fierce version, but comes out faster, right? So like she would love to do fierce shoulder here so that she gets the launch, but fierce shoulder only combos off of fierces in this game. And the only way you can get a fierce is by linking into it with punish counter or punishing something, right? Like with punishing. But if you're trying to confirm pressure, as soon as you hit the strong, your combo routes are limited because you cannot combo into the launcher. except if you spend EX. EX is your like bailout, I will always get my launcher. And I like that because it means you get all the combo routes you want. You can always do the cool combo routes as long as you're willing to spend drive. Again, this drive being the limiter on all your decisions and all of them tying together into like one big bowl of spaghetti is the fun part of fighting game design. Oh, stuff the run. Uh-oh. Okay, I like that he didn't do this. This is the first combo I agree with here. One into thing. So he spends 3 bars on that. Well, I don't agree with not pressing stand roundhouse there, but okay. I like the general concept of spending 3 bars and only 3 bars, ending in DP, and then getting OP here. Well, he misses his meaty, but I like this combo choice. The right amount of bars for the situation, considering super meter and considering health and all these other things. This is a good decision. Misses meaty and then dies. Welcome to fighting games. Misses meaty and dies. Welcome to fighting games. And jumps out of the overhead. This is threatening. This is so scary. If you guys haven't played this game, this is terrifying. Well, why do you think Kimberly jumps here? You guys have any idea? You guys remember the big red move that splats against the corner? This is why Kimberly is jumping. And what does he do? He doesn't care. Jab, jab. What are you going to do? Jump again? He's going to let it rip at a time when it makes no sense, and there is no stopping it. It is so fast when you consider this whole defensive situation we've just talked about. So like Ryu just coming in and doing small amounts of drive chip, just pestering her, reminding her like, hey, at any time, I'm going to kill you. Just so you remember, you know, just don't forget that I'm going to kill you next time. And she panics and she does something that tries to get her out. It works, but you know, you could smell the fear there. Oh, it was a good anti-air. I like that. Oh, sorry, I got a drink. My throat is so dry. Oh man, neutral jumping is going to be so bad when people react with drive rush anti-air. They don't even have to react with drive rush anti-air. He could have just DP'd from that range. Can Shoto's coward copter out of the corner? No, they cannot. You can do forward jump Tatsu, and like some EX Tatsus kind of go a little bit further, but like I have not been impressed with the coward copters. They do not look like they're going to get you out of too much. Sorry, back to the match. Ugh. That's a good block, actually. This is a decently hard move to block. If you throw a fireball here, you die, because this goes over fireballs. And this is a high, because it's a jumping. So, like... And this guy, that was a drive impact, by the way, I'm pretty sure. He just missed it. Boy, sweep. This guy is... Okay, good bait. What's the punish counter? Okay, here he gets Fierce Elbow. Fierce Shoulder without needing the EX, right? Punish counter into Fierce. He gets the launcher version. Corner. I don't know about spending. Actually, Super's good here, yeah. He's going to take him down to 1 drive. Now, block string. Ah, smart by, what's his name? By Phenom. There's a lot to talk about here. First of all, the combo choice. I think it's fine because of the drive here. And he could have level 3'd and killed him, maybe, but maybe he didn't have a combo ready for level 3, who knows. And then, so now he's like, I gotta burn out, so I'm gonna do basic block string pressure. So what does Phenom do? Wakes up parry. Now watch, he was at, what was his, I'm gonna go back a little bit here. Sorry. What was his meter before the parry? I wish I could go back by 1 second on YouTube. Okay, it was here. So like a third of a bar maybe. Let's see how quickly Ryu builds back his drive for parrying. 1 normal, 2 normal, 2 normals, he built back 2 full bars. Okay? So just by, this is a huge win, right? It means he's not scared of being burned out nearly as much. He was in huge threat there. Another one. And then she burns herself out trying to, I don't know what this EX was for. This is a big mistake. But look at how quickly that situation went around. He had 1/3 of a bar, and she had how much? 5? She builds bar back during this combo, right? Yeah. 4, 4.5. She has 4, 4.5 here, 4 and a third. And the situation within 1 in-game second, 84 on the timer. 83, 82. 2 in-game seconds, or 1.5 in-game seconds. Dead. What a switch. Because, I mean, he didn't have to do this EX here. This was silly, but, you know, people are like, oh, just kill the character. You don't have to kill the character in the corner. Nothing will go wrong, right? This is what goes wrong. This is how you lose. Punish counter. Could have killed him. Maybe not killed him, but... And he just held up. What did he hold up here? Man, what a scumbag. Fighting in burnout. Good anti-air. That was good. That was a good block too, actually. I don't think you can probably really stay on the other side here. Doing shoulder to do this cross under, I bet you probably can't really ever stay on the other side. And if you could always just parry, so. Oh, he's dead. Oh, man, he missed 5 things. This is crouch strong DP, right? Super, and missed it. Actually, would he have spent it? I might have spent level 2 question mark. I don't know. He's got he wants to save bar, so maybe level 3 isn't the play here. But it's something that isn't this. Oh, he dies. Oh man. Yeah. People saying drive reversal not good. I think this is a great use of it. Please leave me alone. I get to live. Well. By the way, I was gonna say earlier, remember how Ryu built all that meter in the corner by parrying? If you read that and you throw him, if you just throw him, actually if you just drive impact him, certainly if you throw him, he immediately burns out, right? Because he takes 1 full drive for the punish counter throw. So like, it's not a foolproof strategy by any stretch. But if you are correct on the read, you get big savings on your drive. And also, if the guy just drive impacts you and you tap parry and then release it, you get splatted because there's nothing else you can do. You can't re-enter parry, you can't drive impact back, you can't poke or jump. So it's not risk-free by any stretch to parry in the corner, even though the reward is quite high. Freestyle, dead. Probably not a particularly great strategy to start teleport, and hope that the guy doesn't hit you, but again, EX spent to get the juggle. 2 EXs spent. Boy, this guy is all in the gi, isn't he? Wow, he pressed roundhouse there? Man, why would you press roundhouse? He didn't read throw, he just... Was he mashing roundhouse? I don't get it. Okay. Drive impact, or jump back just so he can run forward. Oh, he's dead. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about earlier. My last hour of my talking. Normally you're like, what do I punish this sweep with? I'd love to punish it with... I mean, obviously you can punish it with like fierce or strong maybe, but if you're like scared of the range and you want to press jab here, jab, low forward is a combo on punish counter. So this, the long reach of these normals plus this punish counter state really gives you access to meaningful damage off of these blocked -4. I mean, this is more than -4, but you know what I mean? Like, you have to be ready to optimize these situations with your extra punish counter knowledge, and Phenom here doesn't quite do it. Oh, he got it. Nice. Kill him. Pop quiz, what do you do? What's your combo? While this freeze is happening, you should be checking gauges. You should be like, okay, 3, 3. She has 3. What does that mean? She's got lots of life. I can't kill her. Should I spend? And you have to make all that decision during this freeze. And what's your combo? What do you got? I see 1 3/4 drive. So you can kill her with level 3. I would spend level 3 here, right? Level 3, final round, good spot for it. You burn him out. You build all your drive back, so you'll get to like level 4 or 5 of your own drive during the cinematic. And then you block string her and kill her. So I think level 3 is the play. DP. Oh no! Instead, oh man, you should have died there. Man, he's lucky. He's lucky this player is a little unoptimal. That should have been something. Certainly this should have been something. Even just like stand medium kick level 3, right? Or, I mean, what does he do here? Sweep is no good. DP. Level 3. No? Why are you scared of level 3, Phenom? Man, you dropped 4 level 3s. This is it. And you might be thinking, oh, what if level 3 doesn't reach? Be like, is DP gonna reach here? I think yes. I would do it. If not, then just do level 3 raw. It definitely reaches. This should have been EX Tatsu level 3. And okay. You know what I mean? Like, even Phenom, who like definitely knows how to combo into level 3, dropped it in round 2 or whatever, then missed it 5 times in round 3, all because he was scared of this rushdown Kimberly, who was not respecting any of his frames, and like got so overwhelmed that he forgot how to do super. On YouTube, you can go back less than 5 seconds if you change playback speed to 0.25. Sure. Yeah, you hit shift plus this, and you go to level 5, and then go back, and then does this. Yeah, I'll try to remember that. I guess you go back 1.5 seconds, right? Or 1.25. That's pretty good. That's a good tack, even though it is like 10 keystrokes. DP. Overhead. No combo. DP. No. Oh, he missed it. I think he was thinking this is a Street Fighter 5 combo, right? If I'm Phenom, I'm like jab jab. Oh, what do? Stand jab. This does combo in Street Fighter 6 and works with a special cancel, and he's just kind of like not in the, he's still kind of in Street Fighter 5 mode here. I think this is a pretty good Ken combo. This low strong drive rush combo. You kind of really only get fierce, or sorry, low strong here. I don't think you get fierce after low forward. I don't think you have enough hit stun. And then this is like the highest damage he gets probably. That doesn't use any EX, and he gets the corner. So I like it. TP? Oh, he tried, or he maybe thought about it. Tatsu is better for corner carry, yes. But I thought, he probably also thought he was close enough to the corner where he wouldn't have mattered. It turns out he was not close enough to the corner, but... You know what I mean? Burn yourself out, you better win. Oh. Drive impact, not enough life. Okay. Misses the meaty. There we go. Nice combo. Gets the free Oki in the corner, right? It's a good whiff punish. Good combo. I think that's about the max damage you can do without spending bars. And then, because he's in the corner, DP always gives him free Oki here. And then, of course, he blows it. But, let's not talk about that. No, don't spend both. Oh my goodness. This is corner control. This is a strategic error, I think. One, okay, I understand one because this situation here means you can chip him down with block stringable moves off your drive rush down to like half of a bar or a quarter of a bar. I get that. So that was it, right? If he just cancels that stand fierce into fireball, he maybe even burns him out, but certainly is very close. But by doing this second drive rush, look at what he does to his drive meter. He's basically killing himself here. And the throw is the worst possible choice, I think. The throw is the only thing that can lose him. I don't even care that the throw works. What I care about is that he didn't burn out the opponent, and he gave himself a chance to get teched, which would have pushed him all the way out here, right? This is the throw works, and he probably will still get the burnout, but this is the only way Ryu gets out, and he chose the only way that it wasn't guaranteed. I think that's interesting. He was able to do 2 drive and not be in burnout. Yes, so after you do your first drive impact or your first drive rush, the normal that you press during block strings will build back a little bit of drive, and you'll always be able to do 2 in a row without burning out. You'll always have like a sliver of 1. You'll see that a lot actually in various combo or various combo routes. See, this is... Sorry, I was thinking about that other thing. But this is exactly what happens. He gets the throw, no burnout, right? Because we just talked about why this wasn't burnout. He still could burn him out, right? He could dash up and do some burnout string. Ryu gets a chance to get out, though. He doesn't go in. Instead, he tries to chip him, and what happens? Scared of drive impact, he gets out. No burnout. No... And he burned himself out trying it. So now, look who's in the bad spot now. It's just switched out. I don't know where he's going. Don't back up. Oh boy, that whiffed. Was that what he was trying to do? Was he trying to do EX Dragon Lash? I don't understand what this was about. I don't know what input this could possibly be. And immediately tries Dragon Lash, which makes me think he wanted EX Dragon Lash, but EX Dragon Lash isn't as good as Heavy, so I don't know what... That's a weird one. So despite all those bad decisions, he did survive. Well, maybe not for long. Even if this doesn't kill him, obviously it's round 2, so Phenom up around should obviously spend the level 3 here. There's no question. But even if he lives, which he will, he's burned out. Is he in the corner? I don't think so. Oh, he is. Okay. Where did he hit him with super? He hit him mid-screen. I think this is the start of the stage, the center of this flag. I think this is equidistant to the corners, roughly. So he hit him here. And I don't know, he's a good 3 or 4 dashes away from the corner still. And this super took him all the way to the corner. He wakes up in the corner. And he tried to do drive rush here. He didn't just do normal parry into nothing, he tried to drive rush in. I don't think it's necessarily guaranteed that the drive rush would have killed him. I think you can drive rush and block in time if you do the right thing. So it's not like his mess up cost him or saved him the game, but it might have. Who knows? Depends on what he was trying to do. You guys notice the big clunky freeze upon throw text? It seems fixed in the newer footage. Yes and no. So in this game, when you tech a throw, it freezes in place because that's the tech window. They give you a gigantic window to tech. So if you tech on the last frame, you'll see that gigantic pause and it will look very strange. The footage that you saw where it seemed fixed, what they did was they just teched on the first frame. So we actually don't know if that footage fixed anything or not because they didn't tech on the later frames of the delay. And I don't think you guys probably want throws to be any shorter tech window, considering throw loops and stuff, right? So we're not entirely sure. What it did look like they fixed was the slide animation after you tech a throw seems to be a little bit smoother. So after a throw tech, you slide to like 3/4 screen. I think that is improved in that footage, but I don't think we can say anything about the throw tech window. All right, how does Phenom handle Guile? Well, that's one way to handle Guile, is to just do thing into Tatsu. I guess he tried to combo off the trade. Uh-oh. There's a good combo. So obviously, I mean, does it feel weird that I'm complimenting him for killing him with 200 damage and full resources, right? It feels like, well, duh, he should kill him. But what does he do? Thing, 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 thing. I mean, he could have even done better with roundhouses instead of strongs, but wasn't important here. Maybe it's important for building bar. I don't know. But we've seen so many of these drops that I feel this is, I should applaud him, right? He did the right combo, wasted no super. He had more to come here. He was going to do another one. So he's dead no matter what. That's good. Wake up driving back. Like he's trying to beat Boom there. Oh, he got him. Now, would you spend bar here? He spent EX, so that's 2 bars gone. And this punish counter jump roundhouse is another half bar gone. What would you do here? EX, and you have 5 bars to spend. Would you spend 1 EX donkey kick into Tatsu or DP, plus another bar for Oki? That takes you down to 2. I think that's probably good. Instead he does strong or low forward into that, which he gets Oki. and he gets the corner, but like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe that was the chance to convert your drive into damage instead of holding on to it and hoping for the best later. You do kind of have to kill Guile when you get in on him. You can't really let this character cook in neutral. Take a look at Guile's drive, right? Let's take a look at this drive meter. Parrying overhead, a 2-hit normal. What happens? He has, right here, I'll put my mouse over where his drive is, on this corner. He parried once, got his parry cost back, parried again, and he's here. So it's a net gain of half of a bar on parrying overhead. And you don't have to worry about high-low. But if you get thrown, you lose another bar. So, yeah. Burn yourself out. Tatsu. Flash kick. I think reversing against people in Burnout is great, right? Do you think he's going to come up to you and bait reversal? He is burnt out. And he does not want to get back from. He is not going to sit there and do nothing. I think reversal against these situations is great. Like, you lose, I guess, if you're wrong. But this is a situation where the pressure is obvious, you know what I mean? So it's a great reversal. And now he's in big trouble. I don't know against Guile what you do here. Lose? I mean, you guess with that and hope for the best, I suppose. But it's still not enough. Yeah, you just wasted the bar for no reason. Like, what do you do against Guile here? If Guile wanted to, if this was round 3 and he didn't need to save the bar, he would just level 2, do the install stupor, and throw the booms, and you would just block and die. But he doesn't need to. Instead, he protects himself. He probably tried to throw a boom there. Land on Sonic Blade, block this, or jump, and hope that he doesn't anti-air you. Like, he dashed forward here to intercept and then to anti-air. I don't... Sure. But, like, I mean, it's still not enough. Super. And I guess, I don't know. Look at this EX. No chance. This character is wild against burned out opponents. Okay. Yes. Good combo. Oki. Sweep. Throw loop. Backs off. DP is good. Yeah. Good space control. Kill him. EX Tatsu. Okay, that works too. Good control here from him. This is a good round. DP is great. Punish counter took some bar off. That was great. That was... I don't know if this is a true confirm. Counter hit. Stand strong. Link, stand fierce. I don't know. I mean, it's 2 hits, so it works, but I don't know if he was just going to do it or if he confirmed it. And obviously level 3 here's going to kill him. Nice. All right, I have one more video. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Let's just crank through one video. This is another Ryu set. Ryu versus Kimberly. This is Momochi's Ryu. This is a little louder than normal. Get back. Go down a bit. So this is Ryu's, Momochi's Ryu. This is a bit longer of a set, so I'll just let it play a bit more. Unless there's something really interesting. Which, there will be some interesting things. Oh, big jump. Good combo choice. EX allows for this, I think. Not a Kimberly expert, but the EX launches higher, and she gets to land and set this up. If she did non-EX, then she wouldn't get that set up. Bonk. EX. Can't kill him, but he's gonna... And here. Nice. So, I mean, he's big dead, right? Like, how do you survive? Hold up and hope for the best. He's trying to avoid drive impact and all sorts of stuff. Next round. Ooh, with punish. See, look at the range on this. This is 3/4 screen, right? This is outside the sweep range by a long shot. Low forward, and look where she is. His hitbox is still here. They do not retract his hitbox at all. Hits him. And gets real damage. This isn't just one of those Street Fighter V whiff punishes where you like whiff punish with stand medium kick or whatever, stand light kick and get nothing, and you're like, oh, sick whiff punish, dude. This is like, he spent 3 bars, took him to the corner, and now he's in serious danger. He has to fight with EX Fireball just to stand out. Oh, forward jump is not the answer here. People have been trying to lab answers to this move. Obviously, this move could change in the final version, or like some characters are better or worse at it than others. Ken seems to just stand jab and always wins here. Unless she flips back, in which case nothing happens. I don't think all jabs are equal though. I don't think Ryu can do it. I know some characters get to like jump forward and hit her. Like jump forward, medium kick or whatever always works. I don't know about Ryu, but I don't think jump forward roundhouse is the answer. So here's an interesting situation. You were talking about this frame trap. People were like, just mash jab on the 0 button. I think this situation here, I do not think mashing jab is a good idea. I think Ryu will be able to find a way to hit this medium punch a little bit further out and then walk back and whiff punish your jab. So here, what Kimberly does instead is just blocks, because obviously, what's the worst that can happen, I guess? Right, so you block and you get out. So this medium, or like medium jab, medium, or this type of pressure that you think is not real, I think is actually quite real. Like, it's not technically real by the frame data numbers, but the walk speeds and whiff punishing of this game and no proximity block means that it actually is a lot more real than it looks. Don't be fooled by the frame data, is what I'm saying. Big burnout that you got. Well, just hold up forward and kill her. Oh, no meter span. Brilliant combo. This is what the power of optimization does for you, right? He had Denjin charge. He knew that this was going to work, and he knew he was close enough to the corner to where this would work. Does he get that mid-screen? Maybe he might even get that mid-screen, actually. But he had good handle on his drive. He knew he had Denjin charge, and he didn't have to just waste level 3. Now he gets to save that meter for next round. As it is currently, every character can stand jab OSDP except for Luke. Stand jab OSDP? What, stand jab and what the DPs, how would you OSDP after stand jab? I think I've seen stand jab lose for some characters, although maybe they just mistimed it. So I'm not, I don't know, maybe people who've done the lab work know that stuff better than I do. I do not think it works. I have not seen it work every time, but I will accept that maybe the people doing it were doing it too late or something. Well, whiff confirm, not exactly OS. Oh, so the stand jab does whiff, you're saying. And if it whiffs in every situation where it whiffs, DP will work? Huh. I wonder if that's true. I don't imagine it works for every DP. I think like DP to hitboxes are quite different, right? Some are slower, some are more cross-up resistant. I would be surprised if it works for every character. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I would like to see I mean, the game's going to... When the game comes out in 6 months, we can talk about it then, because the move could change or whatever. So interesting, though, that people are trying it. I'm glad people are trying to find an answer for that move. Interesting. This is one of the situations where if you're going to spend the EX here, you better have a plan for what you're going to do with it. I used to harp on players all the time for this. They would spend resources or do bad enders, like combo enders. Like they would do meter ender or like knockdown ender. I don't know if you know, people who might not know Killer Instinct, but in that game, you do a combo using the game's special combo system, and then you could pick an ender, right? You did like Dragon Punch as your damage ender, or like Fireball as your meter ender, and they would have different Oki timings and different knockdown pressures and different rewards. So like the meter, like the Fireball would give you a ton of meter, and like the DP would give you a ton of damage, but no Oki or whatever, not as much Oki. Then some people would do the ender that specifically was for hard knockdown, right? The whole goal is to hard knock down the character and run set play. They would do that ender, sacrifice damage, and then not do any pressure, right? I was like, why not just do damage ender then? If you're not going to pressure, take the damage instead of doing nothing. And like, what does Kimberly do here after EX? Like, he spends 2 bars here, presumably to get extra Oki potential, right? He walks up and is like, something, right? He didn't have an Oki planned. He was like, maybe I'll block DP, maybe I won't, maybe I'll throw, maybe I won't. And like, he just jumps out. It wasn't really like convincing Oki, but you could do this sort of wiggling just fine with the regular Tatsu ender, right? You don't have to spend EX there, is what I'm saying. So it's a waste of 2 bars in my view to do that. You kind of just throw away 2 bars. You get, I don't know, 20 extra damage. I don't know what the damage difference is, but like for no real reason. Uh-oh. Shinku Tatsumaki into... That doesn't work. But it's the right idea here to burn her out, probably. You probably just do level 3 raw here. This does not work. That's a pretty big loss for him, though. If she gets out of the corner, she can do some damage. It's really risky to throw Firefall from that range. Yeah, I was just about to say. Not only is slide a real threat here, like the crouching medium kick slide, but level 3 is a real threat. And now he's burned out, so have fun. What you got? That's one way to try and exploit burnout, I suppose. Just your +8 or whatever this is here. Try it. I don't know. And he should have done... Could he have done... What would I have done here? This is an okay punish considering he's lucky to live, you know, but he's like, okay, I have no meter, I have no super. I guess I would do DP here. Maybe, I don't know. Tatsu's fine. Ugh. He's gonna do it again. What do you got? Yeah, I don't know what you do then. You have no level, you have no super, right? Super is your only defense when you're burned out. You have no reversal, and this is your only hope against block string into drive impact. Super is your only chance. When you burn level 3 and you have no super, you are like in serious danger of big checkmate, right? Like if she gets close and makes you block a fierce, you cannot do anything if you're in the corner. So of course he's gonna do drive impact, he's gonna do something. But you have no defense against it, right? You hold up, I suppose, but like good luck. You can't counter DI, you can't parry, you can't reversal. These walk up DIs, you're just stuck there. You're sort of frozen. I really want to know if people are confirming crouching medium kick or letting it rip. They're letting it rip, 100%. The people tested the cancel window. I think they said it was 11 frames. Maybe 12 frames. It's certainly outside the range of human confirmability, and I think it's very good that it's that way. Maybe some characters are not quite that small, like maybe randomly Jamie's is 13 or something, I don't know. But certainly they're not 16 or 17 like Street Fighter 4 or 5. And I love it. Please don't bring that back. That was bad. Bad game design, in my opinion. Some people may like it. I don't like it very much. It does make canceling crouching medium kicks into drive impact to beat a drive impact. That is hard because of the little cancel window, right? Even if you see the drive impact coming, it's actually quite hard to get out of the way or to cancel in time. Why is it bad? How long do we have? You got a couple hours? No. I think it's bad for a bunch of reasons. Some of them are personal. Some of them are, I wouldn't call them objective, but a lot of them are personal reasons. I just don't like it. I think it's bad for an online game. I think putting 1 frame of hit confirmability in an online game with rollback and 1 frame of Twitch rollback or here or there could cost you a game. I think making sure all of the special moves after it are, if they're hit confirmable because they'll kill you if they're blocked. So like, if Karen in Street Fighter 5 is trying to hit confirm low medium kick, or Luke is trying to hit confirm it into EX knuckle, and like he's wrong, he loses, right? Like they're not like low risk attempts. You have to be right every time or you lose. So I think that's bad in an online game. I think it is too hard for the average player, and I think the reward that it gives you is too big of a skill gap for the benefit of learning it. Does that make sense? I think I would rather put the burden on learning, on resource management, and like overwhelming you in confirms like this game does, than force you to practice a 16 hit confirm or you can't play the game. Because I think people can learn to do suboptimal versions of the meter management game and still play the Street Fighter 6. They will still have fun playing. They will not. They will do 60 to 70% of the optimal damage, but they'll still play. But if you in Street Fighter 5, if you have a hit confirmable low forward and you don't use it, I don't know what your backup plan is. You don't have one because the characters are not built around anything else. So I think in Street Fighter 5 in particular, it's quite bad for the online reason and the skill gap reason. And personally, I don't like the muscle memory. I don't like... If I'm going to be intensely focused on a game, it's because I want to be scared of opponents' options. I want to be trying to manage super. I want to be trying to predict X. That's how I feel like I enjoy playing fighting games. Killer Instinct, for example. I made the guide on that game, so I know a lot about it. But the reason I took to that game so well was because its way of overwhelming you is quite similar to how Street Fighter 5 does it. KI is probably still a bit more of an overwhelming game than this, but their method of testing skill was way more to my personal taste. Way more levers to tune or knobs to turn, way more value in the gray areas, like way more subtle things to look for. Hit confirming 16 frames is not a gray area to me. It's do or die in a way that I don't enjoy. So, sorry if that's a bit of a long answer, but that's why I don't like it. I know some people may like it because they can do it, and other people can't, so they have a big advantage. That's totally fair too. I get it. If I could do something my opponent can't do, and it means I win, then I would probably like it. But yeah, for game design reasons, that's why I'm not a big fan. Cool. There it goes over fireballs, right? Pretty free. What would you do here? I think you can kill him. Maybe? Can you kill him? No, level 1 isn't enough here. And EX does not help you. So yeah, maybe this is the best you can do with him here. Ah, good throw. WTF can you do versus a meaty DI while meterless and cornered? If you're in burnout, you die. There is nothing you can do. It is fully and completely checkmate. If you're not burned out, you DI back. So don't get cornered with no meter and burnout is the answer. But the game gives you lots of ways out of it, so before that happens, so I think it's fine. Yes, if it's meaty, you can't throw them. Oh, parry. Here's a good chance at like, oh, just parry the fireballs. These things are fast. These, by the way, that slide is absurd. I really don't. This slide is so anti-Shoto to me. Look at the range on the slide. Wham! And counter hit because he tried to do something, and he gets a combo. He didn't convert the combo, but obviously you get what you want here. So like this is this slide is so good. It goes under fireballs frame 1. It's really strong. But okay, not counting that. People were like, just parry the fireballs, right? Take a look at this. Would you parry this fireball? I suppose you probably can, kind of. Some of the time you'll probably be able to parry this fireball for no real gain because you'll be here and he's still +7 or whatever he is, right? Throw another one, parry that again. If you ever try to parry preemptively, look what happens. She parries because fireball, and she wastes half a bar, and then she blocks this for another whole bar lost, roughly, right? So that lost parry cost her 2 bars or 1.5 bars, something like that. So you can't parry on reaction most of the time. You can't, and if you do parry on reaction, it doesn't really save you that much. You can't parry as a guess because this happens to you sometimes. And you can't. So then, what do? You treat fireballs like you would in any other game, where they're just strong space control tools, and sometimes you block them, sometimes you jump them. Sometimes you try and slide under them, something like that. But because these fireballs are so absurdly strong, like they're amazing space control tools, you will just run into them. Like they'll just hit you. Some characters like Kim can teleport. No, teleport is startup, right? Teleport is not invincible frame 1. There are no invincible frame 1 moves that aren't supers or EXs. So if it's truly meaty or like second or third frame meaty, you can't do anything except reversal or block. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Storm. I appreciate it. Hopefully I haven't been rambling too much. Hopefully it's been somewhat interesting. This is when it gets complicated because just blocking fireballs will deplete your drive gauge, so you kind of have to try and parry. Yes. No, I agree. I'm not saying you should never try to parry fireballs. In fact, I think it's very important to try. But I'm saying it's not free, and it's actually quite hard. So just the strategy to beat fireballs is parry them LOL or whatever. I'm not saying you said that, but some people have said that. Like, oh, fireballs, how can fireballs be strong? Just parry them. It's like, okay, have you tried parrying Luke's fireball? Where it's like his short one, his light punch version goes to here, and his jab or his fierce one goes across the screen in a frame. And if he throws the light one, you whiff parry all the time. Have you tried parrying like Guile Sonic Booms, where he has like 7 different strengths, EX plus Sonic Blade versions of all this stuff? It's like super, super, super hard to parry. And yes, of course, full screen fireballs, like just like in ST or even other like Street Fighter 4, if Ryu is throwing full screen fireballs on you, yeah, you can just neutral jump them, and not a big problem, right? But it's these mid-screen fireballs, that space control footsie pokes. These things are like brutally strong in this game. And yes, you do have to try and parry sometimes, but it won't always work. Oh. Man, look at this bar. She had 5. I just rebound one arrow key, and she had 5 bars. She had 5 bars, and she lost it. What happened? Parry. Look at that. That cost her 1.5. There's the other 3. And you're like, okay, well, I got in. Well, you better do something better than that, because chunky drive and punish counter, now you're burned out. Now what you gonna do? Block. +5, +5, whatever it is. +6. However, I wanted to say, blocking normals in Burnout is not the end of the world. Okay, you do no chip. He's +4 extra than he normally is. This is normally +2, so +6, right? You do not take chip, though. And watch this drive meter. This drive meter is going to chunk back up. Chunk. See, it's accelerating. Oh, you got hit there. See how it's accelerating? So you're taking no chip, and you're spending less time in drive. Or in Burnout, rather. So it's not the end of the world to block fireballs. It is the end of the world to block a bunch of special moves or to get cornered. Those are bad. But if you're like mid-screen like this, you can kind of just be big chillin' here. It's on Momochi to take advantage of this +6 to do something other than that. Do you know what I mean? It is funny that he did 4 in a row, though. I agree. This is the bad spot. You get hit by EX Fireball, and now you get cornered. This is, I mean, he shouldn't jump here, but this is the bad stuff. I mean, sure, you jumped and he got anti-aired and he still did this. Oh no, that's the wrong combo. That's a frustration DI, I think. Funny, right? Momochi, maybe the fastest learner of fighting games in fighting game history, or like, he's got to be top 5, right? Tokido, Kazunoko, and him are like, you know, he's like among the fastest learners in fighting game history. Does a drive impact and has 75 million years to confirm a very basic combo, and he forgets what to do. He does the wrong thing. Like, this doesn't work. This is the drive rush version, right? You only do this on drive rush. He forgot that it doesn't work. Like, he just cannot. He was so focused on exploiting the burnout and so focused on all these other factors, he just literally forgot what to do. And if it happens to Momochi, even though it's beta day 6 or whatever, 5, it's going to happen to you when you play this game for weeks and weeks, right? It'll take you months to get over this sort of thing. And then, okay, whatever. Frustration DI back. He's like, I dropped my combo. This is stupid. Throw Oki. Oh, no back roll. I think you always back roll these throws, mid-screen anyway. I mean, you're constantly inching yourself closer to the corner every time you back roll, so not the greatest situation if you're maybe 3/4 of the screen You might not want to back roll automatically, but you do not want to let him. You do not want to let him get free Oki here. He just gets to walk up and Oki you. Like don't do that. Let back roll and make him spend it. Okay, he spends level 3. Gets that permanent buff on herself. In case you don't know, Kimberly gets, I believe it's 115% damage, 110% damage when she's, after she spends level 3 for the rest of the game. And she gets to walk 10% faster. So it's a movement speed and a buff speed, buff on the damage. So you kind of want to spend level 3 early, is the point. Okay, EX for the mix-up. You should kill him here, right? Yeah, I think there was a better combo there even, but it works. Oh, that could have been way worse. Although punish counter throw is not exactly fun. Look how hard this is to stop, dude. Man, sorry. And when I say hard it is to stop, I mean that in the nicest possible way. I mean, it's a great system. They should keep it. Throw. Look at this. Walking, bam. Like, this is an explosion. He's worried about so many things. He's worried about walk up throw. Worried about getting whiff punished because this is the range where you can't whiff a button. Worried about jump. And all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, you have 25 frames to stop this. But, I mean, because of the scaling, because of the wall splat, it does scale immediately. This is, I mean, it's damage, but it's not like he spent EX too. It's not the end of the world. You'll be living for a bit. Well, not good. Oh, I tried to do the jumping command grab. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a big fan of what drive impact does to the game. Even though in the beta, I got hit by it almost every time. Ooh. Ooh, nice combo. That was a pretty expensive... No, it was only 3 bars, that's not bad. Oh, we tried to bait throw. She's gonna kill her. These fireballs are so risky at mid-range. This slide is, I swear, it's incredibly potent. Like this fireball is like, as soon as you see Ryu wind up, you just press low forward. Like you press crouching medium kick, whatever, the down forward direction. Like it just goes under. You get to counter hit into combo. So all these fireballs are super risky. Do you think you could ever stop this fireball, dude? Man, EX extension fireball is a trip. Look at how fast that is. Was that the EX version? I think it was, right? One of these was. Not that one. I think this next one. Oh. Sorry to rewind a bunch here. This fireball is so absurd to me. Which one of these was EX? No, none of them were EX. Oh, just parry. Like, it's so hard, dude. You stand there just holding parry, and you're like, well, I guess my life is standing here holding parry. Sorry, to Child of Sea in chat, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm making fun of other people who said considerably dumber things. Like, I think you have a pretty good handle on the game. It was these other people that, oh, freaking solar plexus and a half here. I'm just making fun of people who think parry is easy. Oh no. Oh, is he gonna lose because of that? Oh, he's dead, right? Level 3. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong health bar. He's gonna lose, though. Sorry, we have to go back and look at that. I was apologizing to the chat room. I want to watch... Okay, I'm gonna watch this whole round again. Let's start over. Nice DP, and then he does the forward fierce train, right? Where is it? 1, 2, 3. Look at that drive go down. 4, punish counter, so it takes off drive. Into thing, into corner. That's a cool little combo. I don't know if it's better than Tatsu, but sure. So Ryu loses all his drive here. So he spent 3 on that, 2 on this, and now look at this. He wants the drive extension. He wants the neutral parry rush drive extension on EX Tatsu, but he does not have enough bar. So how drive rush works after parry is you parry first, that takes half your drive, and then you dash, which takes the other half. So it's a total of 1 cost, but it comes in 2 halves. So what happens to Ryu here is he parries, and he cannot dash because the parry burned him out. So he just whiffs parry and looks like a moron. But what happens here is halfway through his attempt at this technique, he got burned out and only did the first half and not the second. So instead of just doing level 3, right? Yeah, he has level 3. Instead of just doing that and killing him, he tried to do some fancy extra extension, and he loses here, I think, right? Like, what happens? That was his one chance to survive. If he lands a hit there, he level 3s. And of course, just drive impact, because what are you going to do? Carry to the corner. I think you can do better corner carry than that. I would prioritize corner carry above all else here. But okay. He still gets a meaty here. Okay, tried to backdash, nothing. He does have the corner, and drive impact. I probably would try and chip and like make him take extra stray hits here. You don't have to kill him yet because you're not going to do enough damage. So I would put the pressure on here and try and burn him out, or try and spot him later in the burnout. Which I think is what he's doing. Well, okay, never mind. I take it back. Oh my goodness gracious! He's so happy to get the stun. I don't know what he's trying to do here. This is not no even attempt at a special cancel. Is he still going to lose though? Like he's level 3s in here. Yeah, he's dead. So that cost him, right? Momochi easily level 3 combo in the other corner. Should have easily won. I said he dies. But it's not for naught, because Kim had to spend all the bars. So you have an advantage here. You can still use it. Whoa. Tried to drive rush. Neutral drive rush, you have to earn this, right? You can't just spend this because you feel like it. They're like, oh, I've been dancing around in neutral. I'm playing Street Fighter. So okay, now it's time to drive in. So you just drive rush in, right? You run into these pokes and fireballs all the time. It's really quite common. You have to earn it by forcing the not, and that's a drop combo for no reason. But, oh my goodness. That's a good combo. Good for meter use there. DP? Oh, even Momochi can't DP that. Oh my goodness, dude. A little too hungry. I'd probably take Heavy Tatsu there if I'm Momochi, right? Heavy Tatsu switches here. And if he feels like Oki, he can maybe risk spending 1 bar. Maybe. If he felt like really needed Oki after the Heavy Tatsu. Or I would just take the side switch and play neutral close to the corner. I think that's probably better. But keeping yourself with the back to the corner here, not the play, because Kim has great corner carry, so 1 hit and you're back in the corner. In fact, she might just walk you there. Yeah, okay. So I think this is Momochi's mistake by not doing Heavy Tatsu. That whole situation, he could not get out of the corner. Oh, he's dead. No! Please don't drop more combos. Please don't make me rewind and talk about this every time. Hard, right? Hard game. Strong thing into, like, he has a full drive rush, he has EX, he has all sorts of stuff. He has 2 supers, he's dead like 100 different ways here. Any combo works that isn't the one he flubbed, right? You know what I mean? He's like, which combo do I do? Do I do EX into level 2? Do I do something jump cancelable into air level 2? Do I do... And then he does whatever this is and doesn't work. He got caught between 7 combos and did none of them. He might still win, but... Well, or he might not still win and instead lose. Big dead. Okay, next round. Let's keep going here. I could rewind and talk about it more, but I think you guys get the point, right? This is the stuff I really like talking about, though. That was a good combo. Good counter hit confirm. Takes the Denjin charge. I like it. Look at this. Denjin charge knocks down. It's like EX Fireball, basically. It's a free EX. Denjin charge, get the Denjin back. It's just, it loops. Your only way out is to block. And, like, his Hashogeki is so much better in pressure because of Denjin. Really strong. I read somewhere, I think it was Twitter, maybe it was Reddit, I forget. Someone said, just simply don't let Ryu get Denjin charge. It's a bad move because Ryu can't actually get it regularly in the game. And I'm like, have you watched the video game. Have you watched a single person play Ryu? He can dungeon charge 15 times per round, and it's not hard. In fact, it's very easy. But Ryu's cornered here. I spent 2 EXs trying to get out, and now he's in danger of Splatterino. There it is. Even better is that it's not Splat. Oh, jump. It's no good. He's dead. Burn him out. Burn him out. Do it. No. Okay, we burned himself out. Now he's got Splat. No. This is Kimberly's error, I think, right? Good on Momochi for scrambling, but burns himself out just trying to... Please get me out, right? Please get me out. Please get me out. Perfect parry, and he still dashes into the fireball because he wants to capitalize on the burnout, right? Look at this. 1 perfect parry, 2 perfect parries, and you get tons of extra frame advantage there. So like you think, oh, sick, I'm in business. No. Big stop sign in your face, right? Next round. Throw loop. What you got? Backdash and a punish counter. You guys think throw loops are like infallible, right? Some people do, not you guys maybe. This is, sorry to rewind here again, but look at this. Throw loop. 1. So Momochi took, he was about here on life. 1 damage, 2 damage. So he took about 240 damage, right? And he's not anywhere close to stun. He's not in really any danger. He's just slightly less on life than when he first started. And now what does he do? Backdash. If you have a read on throw, and look at his reward, punish counter, stand strong. He gets whatever he wants, or he gets fierce. Like he can get stand fierce into drive rush, into roundhouse, into 400 damage. He chooses this combo, which he drops, which, you know, we can move on from that. But yeah, so he could have pushed all the way out of the corner. He could have done whatever he wanted on 1 read on throw tech. And if he's wrong, he takes damage. But like, I sure hope that's the case, right? If you're wrong, you take damage. That's a fighting game. The question is, do you have reasonable options to escape? And I think in this game you do. Last round, Kim's in buff. What you got here? That's plus. Can't do anything. The interesting thing about this game too, like, one thing players will get really good at eventually is parry, right? He's not really trying perfect parry here, but like, this is a guaranteed plus whatever 1 or whatever this move is, right? It's a setup. It's a frame perfect setup where this jab, if he wants to meaty your jab, has to be on an exact frame. So you will have to try and parry sometimes here, but it's a guaranteed timing, right? The timing will not change round to round. This is not like trying to guess a move with neutral and parry it like third strike. This timing, if you're trying to perfect parry this jab, is consistent. And he doesn't try. He doesn't try any of these parries, right? I think we forget that parry exists sometimes. Perfect parry, I mean. Oh, that's a spot from quite some far away range away. Oh, no. Oh, that's a bad combo drop. Oh, back throw there would have been a huge win. Again, back throw here. Look at it. This is a punish counter. Sorry to rewind here, but just a reminder of the mechanics. Punish counter throw. Hard knockdown. She's forced to stand up with this timing. And Ryu gets Oki on a dash. Like, this is true Oki. But non-punish counter, she gets the back roll. And look at this distance. Ryu does not get anything here except if he spins the bar. So keep that in mind, and I think Ryu should have spent the bar here. Oh, overhead. Kill him. Yes, sir. Not dead, though. Might have been dead on critical art, right? Yeah, probably dead on critical art. +8, though. You can't do anything here. Ah! Help. A caged animal in Street Fighter 6 on their last legs is, like, really terrifying, right? Actually, this is maybe not quite as terrifying because I bet you she doesn't survive Fireball through, like, you know, the Fireball would kill her before the drive impact. She doesn't have enough health to live. But, like, you know, if she's got a little bit more life and can survive the hit, this is like, this character's walking at you and can press a button that kills you at any time, and you're just like, oh, please help. You're like so scared to press anything. You don't want to be. You don't want to give the game away for no reason. A bit more confident here at the mid range, right? Boy, this has lasted a lot longer than I thought. Oh, good block from Omochi there. Like, you think if Omochi doesn't... If he mashes jab here, you think he wins? Right. Go ahead and just mash against the strong, which is only 0. Like, I think Omochi... It's a good block. Oh, another backdash. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading chat here a little bit. -1 chains is light's frame trap but have a gap. Yes. So even light into light is not a true block string in this game, which means they can always be perfect parried or reversaled out. So which is like, okay, so even like very basic pressure is now suddenly subject to parry. You can't ever like safely block string anyone unless you spin drive meter. And it's like, okay, is that good or bad? Does that mean defense is too good? And remember that if you do jab into throw and they try to parry, they lose a grip. So it's not a risk-free, like, oh, I'll just parry, lol. Like, you know, you get destroyed if you try it and you're wrong. So people won't try it as much. They'll try it sometimes. And then I think that adds an extra wrinkle into the offense where if they're going to parry, that loses to more than just throw, right? You can walk up and press fierce in their face and they parry it, but they are at the same block advantage as they would be if you blocked it. So they're giving up their ability to move or press buttons. And that's not always a great thing to do on defense. You like to be able to move and challenge and punish and, you know, parrying and forcing yourself out of the ability to do anything else is not to be taken lightly, I think. Game design wise, why did Street Fighter 5, 6 slow down throw startups compared to 3 and 4? They used to be active on frame 3, now they're active on frame 5. Yeah, I don't know. You could make a discussion for why that is the case or isn't the case. Throws in Street Fighter 4 could be good because they were so easy to defend against, right? Street Fighter 4 throws are like trivial to, well, not trivial, but pretty close, about as close as it gets to trivial to defend against. 75 reversals for every character, most of them safe, focus backdash, like, I don't know, throw a crouch tech where your throw attempt turns into a combo starter, like, so throws can be fast in that game because they kind of have to be, otherwise good luck. In this game, it's like, you know, you have other options to defend with bigger tech windows and stuff like that. And mashing, you can try and mash your way out of throw. But like, because throw leads to Oki mid-screen, I think it's fine that they're like, you know, if you land a throw, it's quite good. It's not like game defining or game winning, but it's like you're happy to land a throw in this game. Whereas I think in Street Fighter 5, you were not happy to land a throw out in mid-screen. You're just like, okay, well, great. I did 120 damage, and now I have to work my way in again. It's going to take me 45 seconds to get close to this character. But if you're asking me why did Street Fighter 5 design their game the way they did, I don't have an answer for you. Because I don't think they made very many good decisions in that game. So I'm afraid I don't have an answer. -2 on crouching medium punch. You're talking about Kimberly, probably. So mashing jab after crouching medium punch if they're in burnout is actually good. Yeah, sure. Burnout changes a lot of things about the frame data, right? You have to be cognizant of these things when you're playing burnout and how it affects everything. How would you feel about reducing the knockback distance after a block DI outside of the corner? I've seen some truly crazy wall splats from long distance. I'm fine with it, I think. Because, like, every blocked DI is a DI you should have not blocked. Does that make sense? Every time I block a DI, I think to myself, man, I'm bad. You know what I mean? Like, boy, I should have stopped that another way. Like, all I had to do is press one button and I win the game. Why did I not press the one button? And obviously, you can't always press the one button. It's too hard. But if I have to take punishment for being massively pushed back and cornered, like, even if I'm not splatted, if I'm just, like, pushed 3/4 of the screen, that also doesn't feel great. I'm now, like, really close to the corner. Or closer to the corner because of my inability to react. So I'm fine with it because it's always on the player, I think. A failure to deal with drive impact is on the player, so I think the reward for not dealing on it is okay. Do you think 2-frame parry window is too strict? No. I don't think it can be any bigger. I think maybe if they changed it to 3, maybe that's okay. I would not put it anywhere close. 3 is like probably too big, but even that is like certainly no bigger than 3. It's so, and I think like the 50% combo scaling after perfect parry is also necessary. Otherwise, perfect parry is way too good. Like it's so silly. Think about this, right? Every time Ken does Dragon Lash, so you're fighting, if you're playing footsies against Ken, he does heavy Dragon Lash. It's a +1 move, so he's going to want to do it. And it has that fat counter hit combo, or the crouching combo, right? So he's going to try and whiff punish low forwards with it. So he's going to be doing this move. Every time you see it, if you haven't committed, you have a free attempt at a perfect parry, right? You can just press the buttons, and if you're early, you're going to parry it, and then he gets the +1 in your face. And if you're late, you block it, he's also +1 in your face. There is no risk. There's no like, oh, if I miss the parry, I get, I mean, he's like +5, and now I'm like, no, there's none of that. You just get a free attempt at perfect parry every time. So this move becomes, I don't want to say useless, but like, in order to de-incentivize using that move, they can't let perfect parry be any better, right? It's just, if every time you perfect parry, if you take 400 damage, like, okay, so I guess I just die then, like, you can't play the game. Perfect parry being very hard and scaling a lot is excellent protection against the move being too degenerate on defense. And maybe in like, okay, let's say season 2, they're like, oh, it's perfect parry is not quite as where we want it to be. Maybe they make the scaling 60% instead of 50, or, But certainly I've heard people say perfect parry should be 10 frames, like Third Strike. These people are like, out of their minds. In Third Strike, you have to lead block to parry, right? Perfect parry in Third Strike is a true risk. There's no risk here, like literally 0. If you see them fly at you. I'm glad Twitter and or Reddit is not designing this game. Let's see. Nice. Dry brush, yeah. Ooh. That combo looks sick. I don't know if it's worth the cost, but I like how it looks. I'll watch it again. EX, this move's cool, man. Denjin Charge is so neat. Like, what it does to his zoning, and what it does to his pressure game and combo game with Hashokaki. And like he gets extra cool flashy stuff in the corner off EX Fireball, or like Fireball, Denjin Fireball. And it's all because he pressed down punch and neutral. So like you're gonna see it often. Like it's not like he has to get V trigger and like frickin' wait 65 seconds and he gets to use it one time, and if he doesn't get it, he's out of the match. Like, they give you cool tools, they make it do cool stuff, and then they let you get the cool access to the cool tools. Like, I don't know why so many freaking fighting games make this so hard. And this juggle combo's cool. Wow, scary. Back throw's good though. He was fighting. Back down to the drive deficit. Oh, nice hand here. Now what? Oh, stuff the forward heavy kick there. Oh, how fast this move is, dude. You think you can... I can't even react coming out of his hands. Already hit. I want to watch this again. I'm going to try and pause it and watch this frame by frame. He's pumping the fireball. Here it comes. Ready? This is frame by frame. 1, 2, 3. Let's get it out of his hands first. Okay, here we go. 1 frame. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 hits him on frame 8. This is faster than some characters' mediums, or like about as fast as like some low forwards are like 9, right? This is faster than a low forward at outside of a range of a low forward. Ugh. Watch it again. Man, that's a bullet. And that wasn't even the X version. Which goes a little faster, hits 3 times, and can't be drive impacted, and therefore also can't be jumped. Sorry. You're expected to be able to parry most stuff if you predict it in 3S, unless it's a super. Like in Like in 3S, you can't parry a lot of supers on reaction. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying here. You're expected to be able to parry most stuff if you predict it. Sure. So what you're saying is, if you predict it, the window is big enough. Therefore, all I have to worry about is my prediction, not my execution. That's what you're saying. But here, even if you predict something, you have to execute it, and therefore you might drop it. At least dropping it in this game means parrying or blocking, right? And parrying and blocking are the same thing as far as block advantage go. So, sure, it's harder to parry in this game, as in to get a successful perfect parry. It's more difficult, but it's also completely risk-free. Whereas in Third Strike, you can try and predict, like, you can know that Chun-Li is trying to low forward you, right? In Third Strike, you can know that. You can walk into range and attempt to low parry it. And how many times do you succeed on catching low forward, right? You kind of have this vague sense that something is parryable in roughly this range, but you actually miss parry all the time in Third Strike. That's why people get hit. So I'm not sure I really buy that you said you were expected to be able to parry more stuff if you predict it. I think predict is a dangerous word there, because actually, what does it mean to predict? Like, I predict that Chun will do low forward sometime in the next 2 seconds, and that's a correct prediction, but it's actually not enough to parry. You know what I mean? So parrying in Third Strike is actually still quite executionally hard, I think. Like, and if you're wrong, you get supered and you die. So it's not risk free. Super? No, he saves it. Oh. Would I save super there? What do you guys think? Would you save super? I'm out of trying to not insult the players too much, because obviously I've talked so much about various combo routes so far. Would you spend super here? I don't know. Probably. Would you spend level 1 or level 2? If not level 3, maybe you don't think you can win this round, or you don't need level 3 to win this round. I don't know, maybe level 2 makes sense there, because you get the corner. He better capitalize on this opportunity if he's not going to save the super. Oh, he could have died. He could have died. Low forward, fireball, hit confirm super here. Oh, well, oh no. I mean, I don't know what combo Kim should do here, but certainly there is a combo, right? Drive rush something, or like, does jab link into EX shoulder? I think probably. I don't know though, but certainly there's a combo that kills him here. There, force him to spend it. Yeah, see, back roll here, back roll, force him to spend it. He like doesn't quite know the meaty yet. Don't give him the free Oki. Oh, he's gonna die here. Oh, wake up! Oh my goodness, wake up, fireball. Yeah, he was not gonna stop until it worked. How many times did he try this? Parry 1, that worked. 2 didn't work. Throw didn't work either. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. You haven't drive impacted me back yet, so. What's the worst that happens? You block it? Oh. Oh, that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure there's no range here where low strong whiffs. I think low strong connects here. Remember all the times I paused the video and said, look at the long range and all these pokes? I think low strong works here. He doesn't have to worry about low forward. Low forward doesn't even combo, so it's like not even an option. But like, just do low strong all the time. Okay. I don't know if level 3 is the right buffer there, but it's a lot of damage. That's a pretty good grip. Anti-air? No. Slide. The slide is a menace, I'm telling you guys. Look at how long range that is. He can't throw a fireball from that range, or else he gets slide. Maybe Denjin fireball's too hard to react, but most slides you can't. Most fireballs will go over the slide there. Wow, look at the damage on that. Holy cow. People, this is the parry stuff I was talking about, right? Parry is a risk. You're like, oh, I'll just parry. Or that wasn't parry, that was a throw attempt. But imagine that was a parry. It's the same idea, right? Sorry. Yeah, that was a whiff throw. But parry would lead to the same outcome here. And it would be punish counter. And look at the damage on this thing. Whew. And I guess, yeah, sure. There we go. I'm going to pause it on the parry here. We'll talk for a little bit before I sign out. Whoop. Bonk. Wait, where's the damage? There we go. There's the damage. Alright, so that was all the videos I had today. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I thought it would be 2 or 3. So this is a bit longer than I thought, but I had fun talking about the game. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to me despite my terrible internet dropping 6.1% of all the frames I streamed. I'm going to watch back the archive and hate how my internet made this look, so but we'll hope for the best there. Super 2 gives Oki 3 damage. Both seem good. Yeah, 3 gives damage, and in the corner you also get Oki because you're only +8 and not like that far away from them. But yeah, mid-screen you can't really chase them. At the very least, perfect parry isn't as game-defining outside of the wake-up game. I think parry being a resource management tool in this game is super neat, since it's there in large part to get drive. Yeah, I mean, I think forcing people to spend drive to get drive is great because, remember, you may not have been here earlier, but most of my stream has been talking about how interesting it is to force people to spend drive to do things, right? So there is basically nothing in this game that you can reasonably do without drive, except in some situations where you can say level 3 super, right? They give you access to good tools and then say, go ahead and just spend a little drive here, a little drive there. Go ahead. What's the problem? Just go ahead. And then you find yourself staring at situations like this where both characters have no drive. And parry is like even more fun because it's like, well, I'm low on drive, therefore I will spend more drive to get drive back, right? They force you to toe this line in a really interesting way. And I agree, it's fun. Some people will have some clutch parries in tournament, and of course you just hold the buttons and you parry automatically, so it's not like there's quote-unquote skill involved in the execution. But to people who play the game and realize how risky it was to even attempt to parry there, and you know the reward they get for being right is all their drive back, is really cool, right? Like, it's the difference between execution being exciting and decision making being exciting. And I think Street Fighter 6 still has plenty of execution, even though it's not like as hard as old games. It's still, there's enough here to sink your teeth into, I think. The game was almost free from comeback mechanics, so Capcom had to ruin this and add critical art. Nah, there's nothing wrong with critical art. It's 50 extra damage once per couple games, like who cares? Nah, I'm a fan of comeback mechanics, actually. You can't really convince me they're bad. You can convince me they're overtuned, like I think X Factor is overtuned, but like you can't convince me that giving a resource to a player who's losing is automatically bad. I don't buy it. My prediction when I first saw this system stuff was that this game was going to be strike throw, and it seems I'm right. I mean, Street Fighter games are all kind of strike throw, actually. Like, the neutral game in Street Fighter 4 is like nothing except strike throw. When you get knocked down, it's unblockable town, but when you don't get knocked down, you simply cannot hit someone without, like, you hit them with a 60 damage overhead that leads to nothing, right? So, like, what are you going to do, right? Like, Street Fighter 3 is like strike throw city. I don't know. Street Fighter is a strike throw game, and I think that's fine. This game has fast overheads though, right? These overheads are 20 frames, and they lead to combos. So I'm okay. Like, it's not all strike throw. In fact, this game might be slightly less strike throw than you might think. Even though, like, okay, parry defeats high, low, left, right. You're like, okay, well, that means that my only option is throw. And sometimes you're right, but nobody's going to be parrying all your overheads. They're too fast. So it doesn't bother me because that's the game Street Fighter is, and the game makes up for it because of all the other interesting things you're doing. It's not just strike throw. This is so boring. That's what Street Fighter Five was to me. Fan of comeback mechanics on fastest unsub in the world. Well, fortunately, I don't have. I'm not a partner, so you can't sub to me. You can unfollow me if you want, but you can't unsub to me. So yeah, I don't know. This is where I'm at with this game. Um, Again, if you missed my initial thought process early on, I was streaming. When I first started the stream up, I was talking about where I'm currently at with modern fighting games, and I think a lot of them are very bad. I will not name names because I don't want to insult your favorite game. And if you guys are happy with certain games, that's more power to you. I'm old and jaded, but I think a lot of modern games are both bad design and bad pieces of software, right? It's like a combination of the game makes you feel bad while you're playing it, and the game makes you feel bad trying to play it. And I was kind of over it. I was like, this sucks. Um, this freaking like these guys. What's going on? Why can't we get a game with any level of competence? And I'm not a fan of Street Fighter Five, so I was. Let's leave. That's a very loaded sentence. Let's just leave it there. And then when Street Fighter Six was announced and they showed off the initial like trailer, I was like, man, okay, a new Street Fighter game. I'm not going to get burned 75 times in a row. I'm not even interested. And then they showed some of the initial gameplay footage, and I was like, huh, okay, well, interesting. They seem to be allowing normals to be good again, and special moves to be good again. And then we got to play the beta or saw some of the initial footage from those people who went to the Capcom, like the tournament, like the Capcom sponsored events where they had the betas there, their early builds. And despite my like intense dislike for modern fighting games and their decision making processes, they've actually turned me around on this one, which is, you have no idea how hard it is for me to say that. It really is difficult for me to say that they've made a good game here. And it is boosted, or bolstered rather, boosted? Boosted probably works too. Anyway, it was bolstered by the fact that the software they're making is good. I don't like, again, if you played the beta, you kind of know they're they're actually really trying. They might not get there all the way. There's going to be some things that are. I think the menus, for example, they need a bit of work, right? But you are more willing to forgive a game for its flaws when you can tell they're trying to meet you halfway, right? And I think Street Fighter 6 is the first game I felt in a long while where they're trying to meet you halfway. They're like, we know this game is going to be cool. We don't even have to tell you. We're happy to show you and let you feel it. And we're gonna put in all these features, these single player modes, like the battle lounge, and we're gonna put in all this stuff, and we're gonna prove to you guys that we're actually interested in making a good game for real, for real. And so when Street Fighter Six has a couple of weird things like the menus or whatever, and I'm like, that could be better. I can't believe they still don't know how to do X or Y. It's like, well, okay, annoying, but they've actually kind of hit me in a place where I feel they're doing something right. So they could still mess it up. Like launch could be awful. The all the characters could be bad. I don't know. They could. I don't know what they could do. They could still mess it up somehow. But I'm more likely to think that they won't this time. And that is, boy, I can't imagine I'm saying that 6 months after, uh, you know, 6 months after Street Fighter Five being the main game. Oof, what a mess. Street Fighter 6 had a pretty bad first impression, but I'm glad the beta was a huge hit. If by first impression you mean the initial trailer where they showed Ryu's toes, or do you mean the first trailer where they showed Chun-Li and Ryu being poorly animated? I think probably both of those. Like when I first saw Street Fighter Six's trailer with Chun, and I still think Chun is animated quite poorly. Actually, I'm not a fan of this character in this game. I don't think she looks good. I'm hoping they fix her a little bit. We'll see. But I was like, man, they really aren't learning, huh? This because I'm not a fan of Street Fighter V's animation either. I think over half the characters in that game are tremendously ugly, among the most ugly characters ever produced in any Street Fighter game. So for Street Fighter 6, I'm like, man, they really didn't figure it out, huh? But Chun-Li aside, Like Chun-Li's still ugly, but I've come around actually on the animation and all the other characters. I think Ken and Jamie and Jury. I'm trying to think of the character list, right? I think all those characters look pretty good in motion, and the new characters they're showing off, JP and those characters, like I think they look cool in motion. So we will see. I'm also this game was a year out when they first showed that, right? So I'm like willing to say, well, okay, I'll judge the final product and I'll give you guys a bit of slack. If you had to boil down the main issue for fighting games at the moment to a couple of words, what would you say? I would say they're awful. They're awfully designed, gameplay systems wise, and they're awful pieces of software. So they're hard to run. They crash. They don't have good netcode. They have bad lobbies. They have whatever, any number of features that prevent you from getting in and playing the game. So not only are they badly designed, they're bad pieces of software. So you feel bad playing them and you feel bad trying to load them. If you're asking me to summarize why I think the gameplay is bad, I think they don't get it between decision making. I think they try to dumb down decision making so that beginners can play without giving anything in compensation. Whereas this has easy combos and modern controls and dynamic controls and all sorts of stuff, but they get it with this system here. This system is, they finally tuned this plus drive impact plus parry plus EXs. They actually get it with this system. And I hope they don't nerf drive impact. I hope they don't listen to people and are like, drive impact's too good. The entire game is tuned around drive impact. You guys know that, right? Every single thing that happens in this game is tuned around those 26 frames. The length of your medium buttons, like the total duration, is tuned so that they can be drive impacted on a guess and not on reaction. The length of overheads is tuned that way. The timing of fireballs is tuned that way. The hit stop on the moves is tuned that way. Everything is tuned that way. How fast jumps are tuned on the risk reward based on drive impact, right? If they slow down drive impact from like 26 to 35 frames or something nonsense, then not only is the mechanic useless, but like you throw out the rest of the game design. Like the whole thing is tuned to that. So they cannot nerf. I hope they don't nerf drive impact, and I don't think they will actually. I'm actually confident that they believe in this system, and I think they understand that as players play it, drive impact will not be a problem. In fact, well, I mean, it will be a problem in the fact that they'll get hit by it, and some people will hate that. They'll go to Twitter and be like, "Man, I got hit by drive impact, therefore it's bad." But like, they will trust in the process here, and they will trust that people will understand why it's a necessary part of the game design. I don't think they will cater to the whiners, and I'm happy. I'm happy that I don't think they'll do that. You think most animations are bad in Street Fighter V? Like besides Falca, Sakura, I don't see many bad animations. Yes, I hate half the characters. I think half the characters are extremely, extremely ugly, and the other half are actually pretty good. So it's like actually quite a split. Like I think Chun Li in Street Fighter V looks really good. I think Urien looks good. I think uh, Balrog looks good. I don't have a character list in front of me, but I hate. Boy, the list of characters I hate is incredibly long. I don't know if I want to get into it. I don't like. Obviously, you said Falca, Sakura. I think Cody looks terrible. I think Akira looks terrible. I think. Boy, I'd have to have a character list. Ken looks terrible, obviously. Ken animates okay. Only okay, though, not amazing. But obviously the model is bad. I'm trying to think of Alex. Backwards legs Alex. Like, what the hell is that? Like, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan. So when, like, I don't know. When I mean, Chun Li looks bad in this game. Let's be honest. I think she doesn't look much better than the worst character. She looks like she could be in Street Fighter V, and I hope they do change that. There might be some animation tweaks to her before launch. There's still 5 months, so, and that was probably a very old build. We're probably playing a year-old build, right? Like a a build that will be a year old from the launch of the game. So they will have about a year to, if they decide that it's worth trying to tidy things up, we'll see. SF5 set the tone for this gen of fighting games in a kind of wacky way. It's really interesting, right? Street Fighter had a hold on fighting games. You guys, I don't know how old you guys are, but do you remember, like, Xbox 360, Street Fighter 4, and Marvel? Capcom had a lock on every fighting game tournament. The only tournaments people cared about were Street Fighter and Marvel, and like maybe, I don't know what else, Blaze Blue for a little bit, maybe, I don't know. And then they literally throw it all away. They just released the most insanely awful product of Street Fighter V that you could possibly imagine, and they gave life to every other developer, like Tekken and all these other games who were coming off kind of down releases. Like Tekken Tag 2 was not that hot. You know, Guilty Gear believed in itself again and released Xrd and all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, everybody's like, okay, now it's time to actually go play a different game. I can finally try something new because Street Fighter V is so bad. They like unintentionally skewered their own business model and gave life to every other fighting game. And now we have people playing Melty Blood and Strive and Tekken and whatever, because they all used to, many of them, not all of them, many of them used to be Street Fighter players, and they're just like, I'm over it. Like, look at Sejam, right? He was a Street Fighter player and an NRS player, and now he's playing, after Street Fighter V, he's a Guilty Gear player now. All my friends dropped all the fighting games. We used to have a good local scene here, and all my friends dropped all the fighting games because Street Fighter V was so bad. Anyway, sorry, I could rant on that for another hour. I won't waste you guys' time. What's with this idea of honest footsies that Street Fighter had? What do you mean? What's with the romantic notion that Street Fighter is all footsies and nothing else? I don't know, dude. It's old people who don't remember what they had for breakfast. And I say that as an old person. But I'm an old person with a good memory. Drive Rush seems crazy strong. It's pretty good. Not great. It's not like unstoppably good. It's pretty good. I hate bringing up something so unknown, but does Project L give you modern FG vibes? No, not as much, because I believe the cannons can probably do something okay with the Riot budget. But that game is fiction. Like, that game doesn't exist, right? That game won't come out until 2025. So until that game comes out, it's not really on my radar. I wish good things for it, but they haven't shown anything that makes me like stand up and really take notice. But I also have no reason to believe they will screw it up. So I'm hopeful, but it's kind of in the middle right now for me. With Street Fighter 6, I completely lost interest in Project L. Yeah, I mean, sure. It also depends, I think, on whether you're a tag game fan or not, right? If you're a Marvel fan, you'll probably be more interested in Project L than others. But if you're largely a Street Fighter fan and you've been hoping for a good Street Fighter again, this looking like a good Street Fighter game probably is all you need, I think. Or this is like the game that you're interested in playing the most. I remember you would get laughed at for playing Tekken Tag 2, yeah. I mean, I went to EVO 2010, and I used the Tekken Tag 2 Grand Finals as a dinner break. I think even Tekken fans would admit that Tekken Tag 2 is a bit of a slog. Hit take, I assume you mean hot take. The execution fighting games requires serves as nothing more than arbitrary gatekeeping, and control execution should always be made easier than neutral decision making. No, well, I like both, actually, right? There's no reason the game can't have both. You can make a game with monumentally hard decision making and extremely easy execution, and that can be an interesting game. The problem is, developers think they have interesting decision making when they actually do not. That's the problem. So they make easy execution, and then it turns out the decision making is also very easy, and now you're in trouble. Whereas difficult execution is a bit more resistant to problems. Does that make sense? Difficult execution can still get you through when your game design fails. So if you're making extremely easy execution, your game better be really, really resistant to easy decision making. And I think this actually helps. Street Fighter 6 is about as close to that as I think you can get. As this is kind of like unique grid, right? Unique grid will always be an interesting decision point in games. So even if that game had easy execution, which I don't think it does, um, you're kind of protected because your game is going to be hard to make decisions in. But like other games that think that they have interesting execution, or sorry, interesting decision making, they don't really, in my opinion. DP motion and quarter circle is fine, but things like half circle forward and stuff don't need to exist. Um, well, here's an interesting part. I used to think that half circles were dumb, and they're kind of not. I mean, if you can make it a quarter circle, sure, go for it. Um, like, for example, Ryu's donkey kick is basically a quarter circle. I think it's half circle in the move list, but you can do it from down back, so like it's basically a quarter circle. But imagine this, actually, here's an interesting point. Um, in this game's single player mode, I don't know if you've seen much of that, but there's a menu where you can assign, like you level up your character and you get special moves from like the enemies you beat, right? So like you go to Ryu, you go beat Ryu's like side quest, and you like train him. You beat him until he's like your master or whatever. So you can use Ryu's special moves on your created character now. But you only have one slot for each special move. So you have a quarter circle forward slot, a quarter circle back slot, a tatsu like a half circle forward, half circle back, and a DP slot and a charge slot. Both of the charge move slots. You have 7 slots. They can do more because of half circles that they could do otherwise. Does that make sense? Now suddenly, the fact that a move is a half circle instead of a quarter circle allows them to use it in the single player in a way they could not otherwise. I'm not saying that defends all half circle inputs. I'm saying something to think about. One frame windows are a mistake. Input polling systems in fighting games is not technically solid enough to have them. Sure. I mean, you could probably make a bit of an argument for that. I think. So I played a lot of Street Fighter 4. One of the mini games I played a lot of is Street Fighter 4, and one frame links in that game are like both very poorly designed, but also fun by chance. Does that make sense? I think without plinking, that game is bad. But with plinking, suddenly it's actually quite fun. And that was a total accident, and they're lucky that it's fun. And of course, you can be like, well, this character needs a one frame link to survive, while all these other characters don't. And okay, sure. Not fantastic design that people don't have beginner B&Bs that aren't one frame links. But I don't think the existence of one frame links is bad. As long as, like, only because plinking exists, which basically turns it into a two framer. So it's not really one frame. But I think execution with timing can be fun and interesting if the game supports it. Thoughts on charge versus left right? I don't know what that means. Thoughts on charge versus left right? Thoughts on charge versus motion commands? I think much of the discussion around execution is this idea that certain things are off limits, which is just too dramatic. I mean, it depends who you ask, right? Who are you asking is off limits? The general zeitgeist, like Reddit or Twitter, they think any move that does any damage to any character is off limits. I I don't. I feel you though. Like I get frustrated by Twitter and Reddit just as much as the next person because I read that stuff and I'm trying to find anybody who's ever played a fighting game in their life to have a meaningful discussion with, and I simply cannot find them. Um, so yes, obviously execution allows certain moves to exist. Zangief's 720 super cannot be a quarter circle. It cannot be a one button command. Like, are you insane? And therefore that move cannot exist if you make it. Like, you would have to make it a jumpable 7 frame command grab or something, and then the move is useless. So execution definitely does allow designs to exist and should not be ostracized because people can't do it. But I also think you can go too far and say, now every move is a pretzel motion, and suddenly I'm not having any fun because I'm getting arthritis. So, yes, there's obviously a limit, and you could take it to the two extremes. I could say, well, every motion you have to do a pentagram on your stick, or every motion or every move is one button, or it reads your mind or something. Like the two complete opposites of execution. The answer, as always, is in the middle somewhere. The execution has to exist. Execution must exist in some form, but it does not have to be. There are bridges too far. And I would only trust people who have played fighting games to know what those bridges are. I would not trust a random beginner who thinks they know what they're talking about. Because they absolutely do not know a thing. Well, personally, I dipped from Strive because I play analog. I assume you mean like analog stick on a pad. And half circle forward was just too hard to me. That's interesting. Are there no characters that don't have half circles that you could play? I guess most of them have half circle supers, right? No amount of practice would help you there. I think you probably, if you drilled it 10 minutes a day for a week, I bet you'd be surprised. Bet you would be pretty consistent eventually. Now you may choose that you're not interested in drilling it for 10 minutes a day for a week. That's fine. But that's a decision you have to make. I remember I used to not be able to do double quarter circle supers. I would try and do low forward super with Ken in Third Strike, and it took me months of practice to learn that. So don't feel bad. And now I can't imagine a world where I couldn't do it. Like roll cancel is fun and illuminating to the learning process, but I get that it's not that great. But I get that it's not great that people can't do it. Not everyone needs to be Justin Wong. Well, roll cancel is a very particular discussion that we could have. That's sort of a very unique use case, I think. A bug, like it certainly wasn't intentional design, right? A bug that lets moves be invincible. So, but only if you have the hands of, only have magic hands. It's kind of fun though, because once you learn to roll cancel, you're like, sick. Now I won't ever lose. Well, it's not quite like that, but you know what I mean, right? It's like a big feeling of accomplishment that now I've unlocked the next stage. Now my friends who can't roll cancel, I have a huge leg up on them. And I'm sure it doesn't feel good for your friends who know that they can't do it, and they're like, well, sick. Now I guess I quit the game. But when you get to like a group of people who can all roll cancel, then you're like actually starting to play some interesting fighting game again. I think CVS 2 without roll cancel is not a very good game. But is it a good game with roll cancel? That's another question. Go play a game with one button supers and you'll see why locking powerful moves behind motions is a good thing. I mean, yeah, for sure. Anybody who plays a game with one button supers. The thing is, Street Fighter 6 also has one button supers, right? With the modern controls. But you pay a price for playing on modern controls. You lose access to normals, and you have a 70% damage reduction at all times, or 80%, something like that. So you are paying the price for one button supers. It's not, they don't just give it to you. DNF Duel lost me because everything that was oppressive was so easy, and that didn't make managing mental stack fun. I have thoughts on DNF Duel, but I will leave those for another time, maybe. I'm happy some people are enjoying it. Yeah, there's a total damage reduction if you're using modern controls. That might not make it into the final game, who knows, right? But people were testing it on the beta, and they said it's either 70% or 80% total damage reduction on every move all the time. Like just across the board damage reduction. Are you still into Killer Instinct? I like the game, obviously. I haven't played or watched. I played it with some friends. I play it a couple times a year, only with friends, though. I don't play ranked or randoms. And I haven't watched it for a little bit. But obviously, I still think the game is good. And I still think it's fun and cool, and I like it. The technical polling issue I'm talking about is that FGCs or fighting games are too heavily tied to frames. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like the engines itself cannot properly register which frame a move is pressed on with enough polling regularity. I mean, Sure, I suppose. It doesn't seem to stop people from hitting one frame links in Street Fighter 4 consistently, though. Just Wong messed me up with modern controls. He reacted to my drive rush in neutral with critical art. Yeah, because you just press one button, right? It's the same as reacting to drive impact with drive impact. You press one button, except now you're just pressing a slightly different button, and it's super instead of drive impact. So just like, think about it, right? If you're burned out and you're trying to react, like if you're not burned out, you react to DI with DI and you press one button. If you are burned out, the thing is you're supposed to have to super, and that's harder to do. But on modern controls, you don't have to do a motion, and suddenly it's the exact same thing as reacting to DI with DI. You just press a different button to get super instead. Right? So if there was no downside to using the mode, that would just be strictly better in all ways, and there would be no reason to do it any other way. So obviously they had to give you a downside, which is no, like, half your normals and 70% damage reduction. And I don't even know if that's enough. To be honest, that might still be too good. Too good. Thoughts on KOF 15? It's a killer. It's a KOF game. If you want some real input polling hell, go play Alpha 2 where the frame skip makes reversing input. Yeah, I mean Street Fighter ST had this too, right? They had things like, depending on polling, moves were randomly unblockable, or like reversals were not impossible, or this sort of thing. I think modern games are better about that. Obviously, they're better pieces of software, or they're more like they're running on modern engines, which tries to solve input polling. Might not get complete answers everywhere, but I mean, certainly playing SNES freaking Super Turbo on a, like the game can hardly keep up with the engine. Yeah, my real thoughts on KOF though, like I don't know, it's a killer. It's a KOF game. It's KOF to its core in every possible way. They just tweaked some things about how the drive gauge works, whatever it's called, the HD mode. Costs a bit more to activate it, takes a bit less execution to run it. But like, if you don't like short hops, if you don't like most characters doing the same mix-ups regardless of their archetype, like short hop short or short hop CD into short short into roll into whatever. I know I'm being reductionist there, but if you like that, you'll love KOF 15. If you don't like it, KOF 15 won't change your mind. And of course, you have to have, whether the piece of software lets you play the game is another question. You guys, I'm sure, have seen Is KOF Matchmaking Still Broken.com. That's the thing, right? I want to like fighting games. I want to like them. I've spent my entire life playing fighting games and making content for fighting games, and all my friends play fighting games. I want to like them. So when you like make the game so incredibly frustrating, I'm not picking on KOF here. I'm picking on basically all games. If you want to make them so frustrating to play that you actually just can't even turn on the game without putting yourself in a bad mood because you have to look at these menus and you have to look at the long loading times and long connect times and get ready for the next battle, and like the lobby doesn't work and the friend invites don't work and the server's down again, and it makes you so mad to be a fighting game fan that you actually just, it takes the joy out of it, right? No longer can you have fun doing the fighting game stuff. You just simply cannot get there. So if fighting game fans can't stomach that stuff enough to get to the actual fighting, then they've really failed the casual players. Like, it's no wonder fighting games don't sell. Like, right? Why would fighting games sell when they can go play Apex Legends or League of Legends or, Counter Strike or any of these other games which have really nailed the user experience? I'm not sure if I've ever had a really good time with online fighting games. It's not even just online though, it's offline too. It's everything. Online especially, but they're not saved from offline problems. Long loading times, unable to change. Like Street Fighter 6 5 launched with player 2 not being able to rematch. What the hell is that? For the first year of Street Fighter V's life, we had to watch people thumbs up across a stage. This is offline. That puts you in such an awful mood, right? Like, what am I even doing here? They don't respect my time. Why am I giving them my time? They don't respect their own. Some people will have different, what's it called? They'll have different levels of tolerance for this. They wore me down after 10, 15 years of this, though. They really wore me down. So if you're newer to fighting games and you haven't had to put up with it for as long, you might not be as jaded as me, and I totally understand that, and I really hope you never do. I want people to like fighting games. I don't hate them. I don't want to hate them. So anyway, when looking at Street Fighter 6, right, you're like, cool gameplay system, instant rematch. When I saw that rematch, I was like, boy, that was like Marvel 3 rematch. Do you guys remember Marvel 3's rematch? It was basically that instant. We had that 15 years ago, or 12 years ago, and they finally brought it back. Can you believe that? It took 12 years to get that feature back. And I was like, oh, cool. Good decision there. Good decision there. Pretty good decision there. Okay, this one's a little weird, but hey, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I'll take 3 out of 4. I'm trying to, like, get back into the mood, right? So when people say the menus suck, and I'm like, absolutely. But they're running 8 out of 10 here. We got to give them some credit. All their past games have been 1 or 2 out of 10. It's an improvement, and hopefully they will get all the way there. Maybe in a future season they'll improve the menus or something, if not for launch. Then, and I'll put up with 1 out of the 10 issues. I'll do that. If Street Fighter 6 is good, the next gen of FGs will be good. Maybe. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that Street Fighter 6 being good will force the other developers to improve. They have had many opportunities to improve and have not. So I'm not sure Street Fighter 6 is the thing that will do it. They actually just might not ever improve. I'd like to believe that they would, but so far they haven't proven me right. Or wrong, rather. One thing I want to let them do is set input delay for roadblock. Yes, that's a bad oversight on their part, and I really hope they fix it. Let the hope take you over, run the pre-orders up. I mean, if I buy the game, I mean, I'm going to buy the game, of course, but me buying the game is a win for them. Maybe I'll end up pre-ordering it just because whatever pre-order bonus, like if they give me more stages, I'm a sucker for fighting game stages. I don't know about y'all. But if they put 2 stages in there and they're like, hey, we'll give you 2 stages for free if you pre-order. All right, you got me. But if it's just like pre-order because you can get the game day 1, I'll be like, yeah, right. How about I not do that and instead buy it later? JP, Japan fighting games equals good gameplay, shit quality of life. US says the opposite. Maybe. I think that's probably a little debatable. I don't think every Japanese fighting game has good gameplay. Nor do I think every US fighting game has good quality of life. I think they're probably closer than you might think, actually. Although something about Japanese fighting games, they really struggle with menus, don't they? I'm not sure what it is. Modern gaming in general is kind of a headache. Yeah. I mean, it's not PC gaming is not made any easier by Epic Game Store, that's for sure. They came in with their highfalutin praise of how they're gonna, be the Robin Hood of the PC gaming community and give back to the devs, and then they do what they're doing. They're greedily stealing from everybody, as if nobody could see that coming. Anyway, I really don't want to get into a rant on Epic Games. I could talk for hours. I do agree though that the idea that any game will save fighting games is misguided, but Street Fighter 6 is good enough to celebrate. But if Street Fighter 6 is good, that's enough to celebrate. Yeah, I don't think Street Fighter 6 being good will save the FGC or something. I just think they'll make a good game, and if they do make a good game, they'll be rewarded by sales, just like every other product. People will buy it because they'll be good, and the word of mouth will be good, so people will buy it. It won't be the Street Fighter 5 situation where people are like, "Oh, is the game good? I heard some people say the gameplay was good, but the rest of the package sucked. But I don't care about playing online. What about arcade mode? No, you don't have it. No, there's nothing for you. Okay, so I guess I won't buy it. Or maybe I'll buy it in 2 years when they fix it." There'll be none of that. They'll just be like, "Yeah, it's good, buy it." And then the game will sell 3 million copies or whatever it sells because people will want the good video game. I once tried to buy a game from Epic Store, and then it wouldn't let me buy it after like 3 tries, so I never used it again. I refused to give them any money. I have an Epic Store account because I play Rocket League. I have 5,000 hours in Rocket League, so they forced me to make an Epic account when they had the Rocket League takeover. So I have an Epic account, and I'm forced to have one, and I don't like it. But I'm not giving them any money. I've seen some old pro players that think Project L is going to bring $1 million prize pools. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, right? I don't think Riot is really that type of company. You look at like what Valorant does; it seems a bit more organic than just like dumping a bunch of money into something and hoping for the best. But I'm not a League of Legends expert, so I don't really know how they handle most of their stuff. I do think it will be a fairly niche thing now, though. People think it will just like automatically take over as the biggest fighting game and be the thing everybody plays. I don't think that's true. I think it will be played about as much as a side game will be played. And maybe it will make it into the top 3 or whatever. Like it'll be like Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, and that, or something. You know, Guilty Gear as like the 4th place, or in the top 4. Maybe it'll be among the top 4, but I don't think it will ever be by and large, the biggest one. I really like the gameplay of MVCI, but what an awful product. There's another example, right? Capcom has had a ton of misses going back to Ultra Street Fighter 4 and Cross Tekken to some degree. Cross Tekken, Ultra Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, MVCI. The last 4 attempts at making a fighting game have been awful, or have had serious flaws. Maybe awful is a bit more subjective. Of Street Fighter 6 editions over 5, is World Tour the most important? Well, I don't know. It depends. You have to play it to find out what it actually is. They're kind of coy, actually. We don't really know what World Tour is. We know it involves you fighting AI opponents and following a bit of a story and acquiring moves and equipping them to your character, which sounds like a really good formula. It's kind of like, reminds me a lot of Soul Calibur 2 single player, which I've had a lot of fun playing when I was still kind of not super hardcore. But is that what Street Fighter 6's single player mode actually is? Is it? How long is it? Is it an hour? Is it 10 hours? Is it an RPG length? Is it like 10 to 15 hours? Is there content you can do after you beat it? Is there a reason to replay it? Is there are tons of questions we don't know really. No USF4 slander allowed. Were you the guy who said you were going to unsub to me because of my opinion on something else? My opinion on USF4 is awful. I like AE 2012. I think it's a very good Street Fighter game. But USF4 is not a good game, in my opinion. So it's not that I dislike Street Fighter 4. I just dislike that version. lots of people like things that I dislike. That's fine. I'm not here to convince anyone else otherwise. But I have many reasons for disliking Ultra compared to the previous versions of Street Fighter 4. And some of those are personal taste, which you may disagree with, and that's cool. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, I think the World Tour mode is really cool in theory, though. If they nail it, which they could do, they seem to be nailing most other things. If they nail it and give you like really interesting things, like they give you, looks like they're giving you a pretty interesting world to explore. Actually, you walk around this open world, and any part of the stage or any part of the map seems to be can be turned into a fighting game stage. Like they're fighting on the streets, they're fighting in the back alleys, they're fighting on these like, you know, near shops on the corners and stuff. They're fighting inside the training, like Luke's little gym thing. I think they found a way to like make a 3D world and then take any part of that 3D world and lock the edges and be a fighting game stage. Which I think means that really makes the game actually quite fun, because you get to walk around and play fighting games. You get to play Street Fighter in a setting you don't normally play it in. And I think that will be charming. I don't know. I'm actually not a huge fan of. Ever since I've started to take fighting games more seriously, I'm not the hugest fan of a single player content. I like don't care about like say Mortal Kombat story mode or any of that stuff, right? That's basically just watching a movie. They're trying to make it a Hollywood production. That's not. I mean, that's cool. That'll sell games, but it's not what I'm there for. I can watch that on YouTube if I feel like it. But like since Alpha 3's World Tour and Soul Calibur 2's single player mode, and actually Smash Bros. Like Melee had a lot of fun single player stuff, right? Like the games of that era, there hasn't been anything interesting. Like Street Fighter 4 had nothing single player of value. 5 didn't. Cross Tekken didn't. But if they do this and they do it well, I will play it. Like I'm interested enough to play it. I'm not just only going to treat Street Fighter 6 as like this competitive hardcore game. I think I'm actually quite interested in their single player stuff if they do it well.